Let's go! Greetings, friends. Welcome. What's up? Happy Friday and all that stuff. We are gathered once again for the purposes of fighting games. I am here to play, and you are here to view and request. I mean, I hope that's what
you
you're
got there. A box?
You shall be a champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Well, as it turns out, some of you may be here to request box art reviews. Some of you may be here to become a Dragon Master. It's all good. What's up, Vinod? What's up, Mr. Radon? Running Wild, Yo-You, Dark Rift, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Happy Evo Japan weekend, by the way, for those who celebrate. Been trying to follow and catch up for most of the day. A little bit hopeless in general to try to like stay on top of things. And also, as is usually the case with these big tournaments, it's like you try to watch day one and like the first 8 hours are all like first round pools matches, and then you turn around or blink or whatever that takes a fraction of a second, and then it's like, oh shit, we're down to top 32 and everyone's been eliminated. Well, I guess I'll watch from here. But that's just the nature of things. Andy with the air fireball. Did they release the trailer? Or I just saw that they had the artwork and stuff, and I guess they said that Andy was supposed to be shown or playable or something, but I wasn't able to catch any footage just yet. Cool t-shirt. Yeah, it's my Gunstar Heroes shirt from, I don't know, probably some GDQ a couple of years ago, or several years ago, most likely. What's up, Mendel? But yeah, of course, there is likely to be a decent amount of news and material coming out of Evo Japan. I guess there's been a bunch of Guilty Gear leaks or whatever. I don't really care. I don't follow those games. But I don't know if there's like, I don't know if any of that was like new announcement type stuff, or it was just showing characters that who we knew were coming or whatever. Like I said, I don't really follow that stuff. No trailer, but there wasn't footage. I see. That makes sense, I guess. Because I watched the Fatal Fury finals, or half watched, sort of. And I feel like if there had been a trailer at the end of that, I would have noticed. But they had him, they showed, like, I saw they tweeted the artwork, and they were gonna, like, he's coming out soon. I'm not sure if there actually is a date yet, but he's coming out in spring. He's the first post-release character. But yeah, I mean, I was always kind of curious what they would do with Andy, because Hokutomaru already has, like, most of his moves, or, like, all of his moves, basically. So Andy's kind of been... He's not always been the exact same in terms of his moveset, but I don't know that he's ever had a drastically different... Like, even Terry and my... AB Joe? I don't know. Like, they've all had changes. They've not necessarily had, like, a drastic redesign at any point, but... Terry has, like... I mean, I guess Mark of the Wolf's Terry is maybe the closest you'd get to that, but a lot of those characters have, like... 5 to 8 staple special moves, and in any given game they'll have like anywhere from 3 to 6 of them, and it's just, you know, it changes here and there. But I'm not sure if that's as much the case with Andy, but I've also never really played him much in any of the games. But it would make sense for this to be where he is the most different. I would expect the same of Joe, because even though Preacha doesn't really play like Joe or anything, it's not a matter of redundant like mechanics or moves necessarily, but I think he's kind of the word ripe for mixing things up. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it makes sense if there's like multiple versions in the same game, that there would be more notable differences between them. Real Bout Special is not a game I've really spent that much time with. And Andy's not a character I've spent much time with in any game, so doesn't surprise me. I'd be a little ignorant of that. But I yeah, look forward to seeing him. Elena is playable in Street Fighter 6 at the event. I reckon we'll get some, I don't know, I guess we got the kind of trailer already and she's coming out in a month. So I'm not sure if there's gonna be some like on stage showcase thing or something, or if we'll just have to make do with like on you know, hands-on accounts and mobile cam footage, although that might not even be it might very well be what's the word, no footage allowed, because I feel like I would have seen a lot more if people had been allowed to take videos or whatever. But any case, the more important news is that Sega announced that they're doing a Virtua Fighter news event of some kind on Sunday. I don't know the schedule for Evo Japan at all, so I don't know which tournaments happen on what, or which finals rather happen when. But obviously the thing that they had scheduled, I think, is similar to the video that they released after the Game Awards when they had the first BF reveal. They follow that up with like a 30-45 minute video, like a Nintendo Direct kind of thing. And I suppose it's going to be something similar here, so I would expect, well, whatever, there's a date and time for it, but it would be presumably after whenever VF is done at Evo. I don't think that they've really said anything about what they're going to be showing or talking about, but I am very eager to catch that regardless. And I mean, SNK has the KOF finals yet to happen, because Fatal Fury was even like, it's not an official part of the lineup. It was essentially a side tournament, but KOF is, and I guess it seems more likely that they would use that opportunity to release some kind of trailer for Andy and / or whatever else. SNK actually has a pretty solid track record of bringing a surprising amount of news and information and cool stuff at Evo events for the past several years. I mean, I definitely don't expect them to drop any news about KOF, but I mean, I would have said that probably before the last several patches and characters, so who knows. But KOF is part of the SNK World Championships alongside Samurai Showdown, and they're putting a lot of Saudi money into that, which is, you know, in a sense cool, in a sense frustrating, but from the perspective of like an SNK fan, it's cool to see those games getting support in some kind. I'm not sure about some of the status of some of those updates. Like, I know that the new version of KOF 13 they launched on Steam, where like the whole purpose of releasing it was to have rollback online play, and that launched like super broken. Been patched a couple of times. I'm not sure if it's actually good now. There was a similar thing with Sam Show, where they announced like 3 years after the game came out, like, fuck it, we're patching in rollback. And that was announced at like Evo 2023, I think. And then it was in beta for like 18 months, and then I'm not exactly sure what happened. I mean, I'm not dunking on them for doing a bad job. Like, it's unfortunate if that's the case, but I still very, very warmly appreciate the intent and the effort that is being put forward. So you never really know. Like, there might be weird kind of late support for previous games. In any case, I hope we get some kind of... It would be nice to get something more than just a little bit of news on Andy, but even that, you know, that's welcome. And I guess King of Fighters, BF, Fatal Fury, and Street Fighter is kind of the only stuff at Evo Japan that I have much interest in. I'm not even really sure what's on, like, what's part of the lineup. There's Tekken, and there's Grand Blue, I think, and Guilty Gear, and maybe there was something else. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, I'll try my best to catch as much of that as I can without completely breaking my sleep schedule upside down. But anyway, before I went live, I had intended to, like, all right, let's keep things snappy today. And I know I say that often, but specifically with this stream, partially because of the whole Evo thing, I don't want to be up until like 3 a.m. tonight, because I intend to go up at like 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow to watch the live stream. And as such, in the interest of playing more than like 2 or 3 games, I'd like to get started. So I'd intended to, like, hey, let's not get sidetracked by a million, I don't know, stories about nothing, lengthy housekeeping, a million box art reviews or anything else. But I didn't really have time to assert any of that before A, I started this lengthy rant, and B, getting box art reviews anyway, or review requests rather. I'm doing great as far as coherently piecing together sentences goes. So I mean, we're doing well on that front at least. But in the interest of moving things forward, why don't we pick up on Running Wild's request and review the box art for Tongue of the Fat Man. Let's see if we can get this image sorted. Let's hop on over here in the meantime. Bear with me for a moment. Content warning, by the way. Question mark?
What have you got there? A box?
I'm not even sure what to what content I'm warning you guys of, but it says but let's just say, don't say I didn't warn you. Here's a box for Tongue of the Fat Man, published by Activision, known under several other names, including Fat Man and Slaughter Sport and Mondo's Fight Palace. This game was released initially, I believe, in 1989. So it is a pre-Street Fighter II fighting game, which I do think is worthy of consideration when judging the game's merits as a fighting game. I've never played any of the computer versions, which were the original like version of the game. It was later ported to the Mega Drive and Genesis. I have the Japanese Mega Drive version. It is rather atrocious, I would say. It has a few neat, interesting little aspects to it, but from my understanding, even just kind of going off of screenshots, the Mega Drive version kind of, I guess I don't want to overstate it and say that it strips the game of everything interesting or whatever, but the PC version seems more, I don't know, I'm hesitant to use the word interesting. I guess I can say it seems more interesting. Like, there's the whole like, it's a fighting game, but it's not structured like a Street Fighter game. It is, you know, there's the whole kind of wager system, and there's like a shop, and there's like this whole narrative aspect kind of tying fights together. Like, it sort of feels more like you might expect a boxing game or something. You're kind of like rising through the ranks, and there's this whole, you know, connective tissue kind of between the matches where there's a bit of world building, a bit of, not exactly story, but some characters and some stuff. And I think that stuff is by far the most interesting, novel part of the game. And that stuff is, as from what I understand, there's a lot more of it in the PC version than the Mega Drive version. As far as how they play, I mean, I don't know that I would expect the DOS version to play any better than the Mega Drive one, but they probably play pretty differently. Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked and just talking about the game. I can't help myself. Just rambling about whatever. Anyway, so I don't know what the fuck is up with this. I suppose the concept is like that this is supposed to depict Mondo, the titular Batman, I guess. I mean, I'm assuming he is who the title of Fat Man refers to. I don't know what's up with his tongue, but anyway, it's fucked. It's disgusting and weird, and I mean, he is a disgusting and weird character, but I'm at a loss for words, frankly. I don't know. Even if this had been like painted and it was this kind of weird close-up of his face, that's already off-putting. I suppose some people might consider this like novel and unique and like appreciate those qualities. I am incapable of doing so, I feel like, because I am so put off by pretty much everything about this cover. There's a couple of different covers for the different ports and regional releases and whatever. The Japanese Mega Drive cover is kind of like an American comic book sort of thing. And it's like just pretty whatever. It's not very cool, but it's, you know, it's not gross or anything. It's like kind of unobjectionable, just not very exciting. But that's still probably the best cover for this game. I don't know. But this is most likely the worst one, because I think it's not only weird in a way that's unappealing, it's also like, I don't get it. And it doesn't really sell anything that is, you know, that could be anyway good about the game. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, Tango Bunny, but also it's like there's a long list of things, and everything I can think of on that list, they're like all number one. And speaking of number one, I don't really want to look at this anymore, so we're just gonna give this 1 star and say it's not a 0-star box. Some effort went into it. I don't like the title, but the typographical treatment of it is like not bad. Compositionally, like there's some, the execution of this concept I think is done competently. I just think it was an incredibly ill-advised concept, because whatever value was possibly, you know, whatever value could be gotten out of this concept, I think is just completely overshadowed by how incredibly off-putting this is to look at. So there you go. I really quite hate this box. But we have another request here for something that's going to be a nice palate cleanser, I think. So let's swiftly move along to Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. What's up, Goaty? A graphic adventure by Hal Barwood. This is, of course, Fate of Atlantis, the adventure game, as opposed to Fate of Atlantis, the action game, which ironically is a fully inscrutable puzzle-solving isometric adventure, basically. But that's neither here nor there. I have always loved this game since I first played it as a kid. I had previously played the Last Crusade game and already really liked that, and I think Fate of Atlantis is a significantly better game on every level. I really love this cover, quite frankly. I think there are, I don't know, looking at it, thinking about it, I feel like it's there's room for more stuff, but I guess there's no real need to clutter things more. It's clearly somewhat, I guess I was gonna say sort of mimicking or following in the style of Drew Struzan, but it's not really it's compatible, of course, with the look of the film posters, but it is kind of a bit of a different style, but it works perfectly, and it's certainly similar enough to be fully reminiscent, or it just feels appropriate. For an Indiana Jones game, you just ought to have a painted poster like this, and coming to think of it, I think this is probably, of all the Indiana Jones games, this is probably the one, or at least one of few, that kind of come this close or do this well at capturing the vibe of what you would want a Indiana Jones like poster or cover to look like. It's cool. It's, you know, we've got the Atlantean statue in the back. There's even, and honestly, I don't think I'd ever really kind of thought about this, but we kind of see the surface of the ocean at the top of the composition. And there's like the camel desert chase. And the I guess that's probably supposed to be Klaus Kerner holding Sophia. I'm not sure. It's some Nazi anyway. But yeah, this is an awesome box. Like, there's so many cool little touches that I think are really excellent. Like, there's a lot of, like, there's the concentric circles in the back. Like, it would almost be cool if it showed more locations or events or stuff that's in it, but it does show like quite a few different elements and like the key characters. The style of the painting is beautiful. Even the fact that it has like the illustration and it's like overlaid on top of a map, I think such a cool touch. And I think it's a rare case of a kind of border or frame or template sort of a thing genuinely elevating the composition and the artwork. The fact that you have like all these little pieces like the logo and Indy's hat and the camel and the other characters' feet, like they're all kind of popping out of the frame. The fact that the image itself looks like it's on this torn piece of paper with all these like rugged edges. There's like texture and interest to every little detail. And I think having the frame of the map like around it is it works very well in terms of color and contrast. Like, I feel looking at this that if the artwork had been sort of extended past the edges of the box, so we didn't have this map frame, I feel like it would not be as good. Which is like, it feels like a weird, crazy thing to say. Just because how often we see boxes where there's like just this needless frame that at best doesn't interfere too much. But yeah, this is a wonderful painting used to great effect for a wonderful game. And I'm like, man, I should replay this sometime. I've finished this a couple of times, but it's been a hot minute. And it's a damn good game. And it's a damn good box. In fact, interestingly, I would say, not necessarily or primarily on the strengths of the painting itself, great as it is, but I think more so with the complete totality of all the elements and how they come together. I think this is an ultimate god box. Like, I just think this is an amazing box that just, I mean, it passes the poster test for, you know, with ease. This would make a great poster. But also, like, it just embodies the character and the world of Indiana Jones and the game itself in such a way that it's just like, it feels like an extension of the game. And I feel like it's the kind of box that creates a promise of what the game experience is going to be, which, you know, as it happens, the game actually does deliver on. And you know, maybe I feel more strongly about that knowing what the game is and having played it. But it's like imagining because I didn't see the box when I played it as a kid, but I'm just picturing like seeing this box and being like, holy shit, I want to play this, and then playing the game and like realizing how good the game is. Yeah, that somehow I think elevates the box itself, even though that doesn't really make sense. But it doesn't matter. It's ultimate no matter how you slice it. Wonderful box for a wonderful game. There you go. There's your box art reviews.
A box?
Dark Rift trying to sneak one in on the finish line here. Let me see if I can actually get the image. We'll do this one. It's thematically appropriate, so we'll do it. We'll do it, and then we'll get to the matters at hand. So we'll hop right back here real quick. Oh yeah, let me actually save the image. And let's take a look at Street Fighter, the computer version of the classic coin-op for Commodore 64 by Capcom, giants of the video games industry. Quite certainly not developed by Capcom. I believe, in fact, that this was a Tiertex port. The original Street Fighter, obviously, is not that terrific of a game to begin with, but I wouldn't trust Tiertex to deliver a good version of it. There's a good couple of these British, like, Capcom computer ports with competently painted but largely perplexing covers. Like, this image has fuck all to do with the game, and like, you know, you kind of wonder where in the process this would have been commissioned and under what circumstances. You feel like the people responsible for porting the games barely knew anything about them, but surely this would have been, you know, commissioned by somebody else. And it's like, what was the brief for this commission? Did they, like, specify that they wanted a tough guy with a leather jacket? You know? Or was it just, all right, Street Fighter, it's a game with martial artists fighting, and the guy's like, yep, all right, gotcha. All leather jackets and frumpy jeans, and I don't know, I throw in some, you know, street toughs for good measure. It's a weird cover. Like, this could just as easily have been a computer cover for a Double Dragon game, or I mean, definitely a Renegade sequel or something. So it's completely has nothing whatsoever to do with the game. It's in a lot of ways very competently painted in terms of, like, I mean, I'm sure it was just based on good reference, but like the technical execution of like the clothes especially, and the faces and everything, like, that looks all right, but the, you know, the lighting is, you know, not exactly consistent. The background is, I don't know, it's not badly done, but it's just kind of nothing. It's just a weird hodgepodge of, like, I don't know, dudes standing around in a studio being photographed for reference in various leather jackets, sort of cobbled together in a way that has, like, just nothing at all to do with the game. And I think there are elements to enjoy about it, you know, divorced entirely from the game. And it's not, I mean, we've seen a lot worse painted covers on computer games, especially in terms of technical skill on display, right? But it's not really good. And it's, I don't know, like, it doesn't, maybe I have more context, like outside context and knowledge coming into this, but looking at it, I feel like I'm not excited because I expect this to deliver, like, a good video game, much less a good fighting game. But I like the kind of excitement I might get from looking at this, and, like, that translates to wanting to play a game. It's like, oh man, we're in for some British jank weirdness now. You know, if this was a cover to, I don't know, Street Fighting Man or whatever, you know, I might get kind of hyped for, like, the weirdness I'm about to experience. But as a cover to Street Fighter, it's just totally wrong. Totally wrong. Would have been a much better cover for Final Fight. Yeah, I mean, that's, like I said, it looks like a cover to Renegade or Double Dragon or Final Fight, or I don't know, there's, like, Franco, I don't know. It's just weird. But you know, I gotta give credit to the technical execution, even though it's in service of kind of nothing, and the technically impressive aspects of this, I think, cease to be impressive the moment you kind of look at it as a whole. It's just like individual elements are quite nicely painted. Also, I have no fucking clue about the guy in the back who appears to be wearing like a smoking jacket and a red turban. I don't know. This is a 2-star box. It's just weird. Parts that are kind of good are hard to appreciate because they kind of drown in everything that's distinctly not good or just confusing. What's up, White Buffalo? Greetings. Happy Friday. It's a weird one. Let's get out of here. And let's explain what we're here to actually do tonight. We had our fun with some box arts, but we are ostensibly here to play some fighting games. And the way that'll work, as usual, is we will do a series of polls. Or, not a poll, what's the word? Raffles. Dude, I'm completely... I don't know what I'm doing tonight. Well, we'll figure it out. Hopefully I can play games better than I could talk. Raffles is the word. And you can join the raffle by typing the word raffle in chat. If you are a esteemed member of the Skull Club, i.e. a channel subscriber, you will get additional luck of the draw and have greater odds of being chosen as the winner. And if you are chosen as the winner, you get to pick the next game to be played, and you can pick any game that is available on this list mentioned down here. Type !BS in chat to bring up the spreadsheet to see the stats and list of available games. I do reserve the right to refuse a game if it's a game that is on any kind of console or platform that I, for whatever reason, am incapable of running. I'm not sure exactly what's on the list off the top of my head. There could be technical issues or things like that. In such a case, you will of course be free to pick something else instead. I would highly encourage everyone who intends to join the raffles to pick out games ahead of time, so that you don't have to be chosen as a winner and then get all flustered and confused about having to pick a game. So if you have a game ready to go, it'll make everything go nice and smooth. With a game chosen, I will play it for a bit. I don't know how long, maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour, or maybe however long it takes to get through the arcade mode or equivalent. Or maybe I'll just give up at some point, but we'll give it an honest shake. We will then do another raffle, and the process repeats until I need to go to bed, basically. There will later on be a channel point redemption made available to skip the queue and just pick the next game. But we will make sure to at least start things off with a classic, honest raffle. So, ladies, gents, and everybody else as well. Dude, my talking skills are at an all-time low. Please get your rigging protocols ready and revved up, and I shall see if I can arrange the first raffle. Nightbot changed their UI. Right. Let's see if we can remember how this works. All right. Okay. Right. I think it's all set up. So let me do this. Type raffle in chat in the next 2 minutes or so, and you will have a chance to pick the first game of the evening. Yeah, okay, all right. Settings look correct. Good. Always slightly nerve-wracking to see where things will kick off and see how the tone will be set, but these streams, however marred by technical issues as they may be, are always a good time. I don't think I've even when we've played the most frustratingly bad, terrible games, It's still fun. And I feel like I need to reiterate that because we've had people apologize for their picks and feeling bad about making me suffer, but don't worry about that. If I wasn't willing to play these games, I would not have been putting them on this list. So pick whatever you want to see, whether it's something you like, whether it's something you're curious about, whether it's something you want me to suffer through, or whatever reason you might have. Anything is fair game. We have about 30 seconds left before the raffle closes. So accounting for Twitch lag and what have you, I would recommend getting your raffle in right now if you would like to do so. Everyone who has attempted to enter the raffle appears to have done so successfully. That's good. It's a good start. All right, last call. Got a few seconds left. Oh, it's gonna play a sound and it's gonna fucking jump scare me. Let's go.
Let's go!
All right, that was pretty loud, but not too bad. The winner is Vinot79. Congrats. And let us know what we will be playing. And I will get started setting things up and hope that that won't be too complicated. What do you have for us this lovely Friday evening? KOF 14. Let me check here. Was I smart? I probably was not smart. I was not smart. Alright, that's fine. I was referring to the fact that I have the Steam version, but I don't have it installed, so we're playing this on PS4. I may or may not have more of the DLC for PS4. It doesn't matter. Whatever. We'll boot it up. I did go through and make sure, because last time we ran into some issues where I had kind of mistakenly not uninstalled games, but rather surgically removed a problematic hard drive that happened to have a bunch of games installed on it. And, oh, this is a very dusty arcade stick. And I didn't realize until I was live. So, even though I had made sure to have all the fighting games installed, they were installed on a drive that was no longer installed. So we had to wait a very long time to install games last time. So I tried to remedy that by installing the games that we might need to play. But I did not include KOF 14. But it's no problem. We have it on PS4. It's just, I think that maybe the Steam version might have been preferable. But honestly, maybe not. I'll need a moment here to... Okay, here's some noises, but that's hopefully not a problem. We'll see.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Thank you for the subscription. Greatly appreciate that. Pilata, what's up? Let's see here. Let's hop on over. Alright. You're making Skeleton Dance up and running. Change some things here on my end. There's like something that's catching on a fan or something that's making a very unpleasant noise. Not exactly sure where it's coming from. Let me find game disc. And we'll get cover art here. Oh yeah. Wait, it's the stick. think we're gonna need to go online, so that should be fine. I don't think I remember how to play this game at all, assuming I ever knew. But we'll figure something out. Or at the very least, mash some buttons.
The King of Fighters 14.
And I kind of missed this theme song. The King of 15 theme isn't bad, of course, but pretty good. I mean, I like this game. It's not pretty to look at, but I like it in most other ways. I like 15 a lot too, though. Kind of like, because 15 in a lot of ways is kind of a better version of this game, aside from just being the current one. It feels like you don't, I don't know, you never see this game or even really think about it. Before we jump into anything here, I do also want to do this. There we go. I should now have enabled the reward to pick a character for me if you would like to do so. Let me just... Oh, buttons down too. Oh, dusty. Just double check. Oh, this is probably just for... Yeah, for like using PS3 sticks. Yeah, because BC is max activation. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What the? Alright, well, whatever. We'll be fine. This game had a lot of newcomers, and a lot of them were cool, and I was also definitely perplexed about some of the characters that came back and, like, who did or did not come back, basically. Man, this is, like, kind of unpleasant to look at. Like, a lot of the models are basically the same in 15, and they just look 50 times better because of the way they're rendered. But a lot of, like, this design for Kyo is so whack, too. Violent has paid the jigbuck tax for having me pick my favorite characters. All right. I can do that. Well, it's actually kind of difficult, to be quite frank, but we'll go with Ro at least. He's so annoying too, like not seeing a proper preview of the color. There's definitely the characters who I like. My favorites, I think, here kind of translates to a degree to characters that I will be capable of doing something, anything with. Like Ramon's sick, but I have no idea how to play. Like, it's been so long, I don't even remember his moves or anything really. But I think we can go Clark. I really hate Terry's design in this game. He's like one of the few characters that they just completely like remodeled in 15. Give him like his actual proper outfit. Like, who else is a character that I really quite like? And I like Kyo I played in 13, so I mean, I guess I'm not sure. I don't remember how much of his like B&Bs or whatever carry over. But I hate the way he looks. There's so many fucking characters, dude. Antonov is like actually kind of fun. But I'm extremely... I don't even want to use the word rusty. Angel is like obviously sick. She's one of my favorite characters, but even on the best of days, I like don't remember how to do anything with her. She's like really complicated and weird too. Her move list is like very peculiar. I forget. There's like a handful of characters who have alternate outfits, but I don't think I got much of that DLC. There's like some of them. I'm trying to remember. Just in terms of whose appearance we can salvage. But fuck it, I guess we'll go with Ramon, because I do really like him. And I guess we'll start the timer. The timer's not important. It's just for me to vaguely keep track of how long we spend with each game. Yeah, Kyo's just had a lot of peculiar designs. Like this, the look in this game reminds me of Maximum Impact 2, but it's like a whacker version of it. I think they had the right idea of just giving us a far more classic Kyo in 15. Even though it's like, it's kind of like the 2003 version, but it's not exactly. But he looks and feels like Kyo. Alright, so that's how you roll. Okay. Kind of feels like maybe there's like a 45 frames of input lag. Oh, alright, that's how you do that move. It's that. Oh, that's that move. Okay. Alright, that's okay. Right. Alright, I'm slowly piecing together some of his move list. I think this stick, I have a Hori Rap 4 Kai, which I think have like 1 or 2 frames of input lag. Then whatever the game has, and then whatever my setup has. Dude. There we go. How do I do this? What's the tiger neck chancery? I feel like I've tried all the different half circle inputs. Maybe it's like half circle back forward input. I'm gonna just fucking check. No, it's half circle forward. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's the one I didn't try. Let me just double check where I'm. All right, so it's a second short input for the Sobat follow-up. Bird of Paradise. Oh yeah, so Climax is like it's on its own list, which is a bit weird. Oh, that's right. Yeah, like I can't block fireballs on reaction because of the input lag, I feel like. But oh well. It's so weird the way they did this. Like, why is this 30 FPS? So strange. Like, character interactions are cool, but this is such a weird, like... These don't happen if you're playing in versus mode, granted, but... The pace of this, like, in the middle of a match, it feels so weird. Oh, that's right. That's not how you throw in this game. That's wait, is it? Oh yeah, this is the game where you can only EX in max mode, right? You have to like EX or like max mode to enter EX, and then you have a bunch of a lot of the EX moves are like combo extenders. Without a primer on like the mechanics and the character like B&Bs and stuff, like it's yeah, it's gonna be like an awkward experience, but oh, that's right, it doesn't have a proper fireball. Theirs is a cool character. Like, I like this team. It's unfortunate that, like, it's kind of funny that Zarina was in SNK Heroines, which, like, it's a game that had a strange roster. But for none of them to come back in 15, I felt was surprising. But yeah, the general like combo structure stuff, like even if I could piece together a recollection of sort of how it works, I don't have any kind of muscle memory for it. So you can go left to that. Or can, but alright, so that kind of works. Nelson is kind of a cool character in terms of his moves and how he plays, but his design is like, I don't like it because I think it's so busy. There's like some elements of his design that are totally fine, but there's so many of them that like all together it like doesn't work for me. Like, it's got the tiger stripe hair and it's like robot arm and like tank tread patterns on his boxing gloves. Like, it's just a little weird. If you like auto run. Alright, it's not a plus. I fucking love that Art of Fighting sound. It's so good. Alright. Fair enough. Curious. The AI is gonna like, do nothing. I think, like, especially what I dislike about Nelson's design is that it's like fundamentally a design that would never work in 2D art. Like, you know, you'd say the same for this Ramon design, of course. Like, his costume, you couldn't really do sprites that look like that. It's like just too complex to animate. But it's still like there are so I mean in that sense, like I think Ramon's design is like a little bit on the busy side for my taste. However, I think it's aesthetically pleasing relatively compared to Nelson, but also it's like it's faithful to what a lot of modern Japanese pro wrestling ring attire looks like. Oh, that doesn't combo on crouch, I guess. But Nelson is like, there's so many. Right, he's crouching. There's so many of the individual elements that would never work, like even conceptually. Like if you had designed that character to be drawn as a sprite, you wouldn't even have thought to come up with some of those ideas. And it's not like every character design needs to retroactively sort of work as a low resolution like pixel art or anything, but it's more that like it's a good access, I think, to design characters in such a way that they're like simple enough to work. Satisfying. We should understand the story because newcomers' design are explained through that. I don't think that makes any sense. I don't think there's a narrative justification for like Nelson's tiger stripe pattern hair that would make me go, oh, I was wrong to say I don't like the way it looks. Yeah, that still doesn't work. I don't think all the new characters, like, I don't dislike the new character designs, like, across the board or anything. I think Nelson in particular, I think Bandera's design is awesome. I think, Nelson in particular is just, like, it's kind of visual noise in a way that I just don't really like. So, the whole thing about, like, not working as a sprite, like, that's not the reason why I don't like it. Or like that's not my justification or the how I judge it per se. It's more that a character design that I like will probably he does have that move, right? Will probably have that aspect to it. There's like a clean simplicity to it. And I think some of the... Why does the follow-up not work? I don't remember any of his moves. Does he have the Frankensteiner in this? Oh, yeah, the armored throw. But in some cases, the redesigns of older characters have that kind of noisiness to them that I don't care for either. I also don't like this design for Clark all that much. I mean, it's fine, but I think it's probably my least favorite look for him. That shit's so fucking satisfying. Do it again. I kind of missed the Clark Spark, but that's actually still a good version of that super. Yeah, dude, comboing into command grabs, it's like sick as shit. Oh, so, like, man, I legitimately feel like having the like the character intros in the actual sort of game space itself feels so much better. Well, he doesn't have napalm stretch. Like, I'm trying to remember what moves he even has. He's got the mounted tackle into the... Yeah. It's got, like, the rolling death cradle, right? Because in 15, he can do a bunch of, like, sick extensions with that. I think we're good. Yeah, I can look up the move list. I'd just rather not because it's like slow and clunky. Yeah, it's funny. Like I used to always like Ralph over Clark in the old games, but once they started, like basically in was it 03? I think was the first time when Ralph could no longer combo into his SAB. Because up until that point, Ralph and Clark were like quite similar. And there was a period where Ralph still had the backbreaker, but he couldn't combo into it, so he couldn't like use it. Like it was no longer part of his B&Bs. And I think that was the case in 03 and 11, and then in 12 they kind of redesigned the characters, and he lost the move altogether. I think the current version of Ralph is sick, but at the time, like, I was bummed out because, like, you know, I like command grabs, and aesthetically I just thought Ralph was cooler. But I really like Clark as well. Like, I've come to appreciate, he's kind of a character that's like, he's a little bit like T-Hawk in Street Fighter, who, like, I used to hate T-Hawk. I just thought he was like really ugly and stupid. He was like my least favorite Street Fighter character almost. And then as I kind of got into Super Turbo and realized that his command grab is like the 6th fucking move, just on merit of like what he is like in the game, and like the satisfying feel and like the awesomeness of landing the Mexican Typhoon. Like, damn, this is so sick. Like even now, when I think of that noise, when it goes and you just fucking fly off the screen in an instant, that is like the platonic ideal of a command grab. It's so fucking sick. Like, it's a fucking jump scare when that happens. And that made me like genuinely really like T-Hawk. So I actually played him. He was like one of the 3 characters that I played in Super Street Fighter 4. And Clark was a little bit like that too, where I didn't like him as much previously, because that kind of stoic lack of expression and personality didn't really do much for me. But because he's cool, like what he does in the game is cool, like it made me like him more as a character too. Just picking random order more or less, just so we can kind of cycle through the characters a little bit. Yo, I would say is like pretty much been the consistent like character that I like the best. Even though he's been like pretty different in terms of what he can do and how sort of flashy or cool he is. Like, he's definitely had a lot of versions where he is extremely unflashy. But he's been more flashy in the more recent games. At least in terms of like bigger, fancier combos. Okay. So can he? I'm trying to forget if he can actually combo to his 6A. Stuff like that will like change from game to game as well. Tough opponent. Yeah, Antonov is a very likable character. I think there are a few. Okay, that does combo. I wasn't sure. Why can I not cancel that? Is that just not cancelable? That doesn't make sense. He's a little bit too much of a comedy goober for my tastes, but he at least is not a buffoon. I mean, he's a little bit of a buffoon, but he's not that kind of comedy character where he's like, he comes across as a competent fighter at least. So in the context of like the game, I see. Like the chop not being special cancelable as a command normal is like nothing strange. But it's weird that that it doesn't have that property when you cancel into it. I would expect that to be a more standardized thing. Alright, I guess you can't cancel in. Well, actually, I guess maybe you can cancel it when you're in max mode. We'll see if I have an opportunity to try that out before we're done with the game. I hate Antonov's like eyebrows that grow into his hair. That just looks really stupid. And I also don't really like, I wish his body proportions were not quite so ridiculous. Like his hands are just like, you know, the size of a fucking overly ripe watermelon. Like look at Clark, and Antonov's hands are like twice the size of Clark's. So it's just kind of a weird, some weird elements to his design that I'm not a fan of. But I do think he's a cool character otherwise. There's like parts of Antonov's character design and the moveset and everything that is like extremely my type of character. And then there are some things I just like, I don't like. If certain things had been slightly different, he could be like one of my favorite characters. But that's not quite the case. Nope, that's not how you do that, super. Oh well. One thing I like about this game is that, like, just like the big roster, it has a proper, unique stage for every team, as it should be. But like, you know, which is something no fighting games does nowadays, basically. But there are a lot of like pretty bland, you know, stages that are visually uninteresting, like this one, and also kind of don't seem particularly connected to the character. Ah, that didn't quite work out, but I reckon you can probably super cancel that, right? Like, it's just a lot of stages because of the graphical presentation of this game. They're kind of just a kind of empty, visually not particularly compelling version of the concept in question, you know? No, there's been other aquarium stages, and they're, you know, they're better than this, in my opinion. Okay. Oh, I probably did the command wrong. Yeah, that shit is fucking satisfying. Oh, whoops, wrong move. Yeah, Long's a cool character. Who was she? Like, she's in 15, right? There was like a new women's team or something, or am I misremembering that? they've changed a lot of the like I remember when 15 was coming out, I was quite surprised that like they changed up a lot of the teams, but then they still ended up having like kind of a lackluster roster in some of the, like in some ways. Like they had character like team assignments, so to speak, that were kind of weird. Like who was on which team, but not so many. Like I remember there just being like missed opportunities for, you know, let's come up with a new team composition here so we can have 2 popular characters and like a 3rd weirdo or something, because you know they've done that in the past for sure, right? And I think that's a good way of doing it. And I remember being quite hyped for the potential of DLC teams being done that way, as a way to sort of shoehorn in less popular characters. But then they didn't really do that with the DLC teams, and then they stopped doing teams for DLC anyway. I don't think 15 has like a bad roster or anything, but I'm always like, especially with these legacy series, it's always the kind of unexpected picks that have me the most excited. It's the same thing with Fatal Fury now, right? Like it's such a absolute milquetoast, like boringest possible take on Fatal Fury. Like it's just Mark of the Wolves plus the most like marquee household names. And even then, like Andy and Joe are DLC characters, even if season 1 is like kind of part of the game anyway. But like, yeah, I was hoping for any kind of interesting and exciting picks, and the only weird oddball picks were the fucking real people. Oh, okay, you can I'll wait to the low drop kick. Set 3E. Okay. Okay, thank you for teaching me combos. Yeah. It's pretty difficult to talk while playing this, but yeah, like I think City of the Wolves, I think it's a cool game, and I think it, like, because they got all the boring roster choices out of the way, or most of them anyway, the roster can only really get more exciting from here. So that's a good thing. But it's not quite what I would have wanted it to be. That's so sick. Oh, okay. Thankfully, he just decided not to block. But yeah, I mean, I want the character, the number 1 character I want the most is Tsugumi from Wild Ambition. But right after that, like, I almost feel like I shouldn't have to wish for Duck King. He should just have been there. So like that barely, like, it doesn't even count almost. But I want Duck King there. I want Tsugumi. I want Honfu. I want Franco Bash. I want Krauser. No one remembers Tsugumi. I don't know if you mean that as an argument for or against her, but if I would consider that a factor, then I would consider it an argument in her favor. This character sucks. I can't believe this piece of shit is like the character from these games that have like the most appearances. Oh, sorry, you can't deal. EX is the word I was looking for. Whoops. So do you get... Having a complete brain fart, you can't fucking remember his super input. Yeah. Do you get one free level 1 super in max mode, right?
Impressive! You win!
Yeah, I think they just really dropped the ball in how they approach the roster, because I feel like, I mean, yeah, it has some, like, it's not literally the Mark of the Wolves roster, but it's, you know, almost as much of just that as it could possibly have been. And even in like the worst case scenario from my point of view, where like, all right, season 2 is going to be Jaehoon and Freeman and fucking Grant also, why not? Like, that's as bad as it could be. At that point, like, there aren't any more characters like that to bring back. And even if they're like, all right, let's just bring back the old characters in order of popularity, even then, well, I guess that probably means Blue Mary, and then
Round 3. Ready?
like maybe Duck King, maybe possibly Raiden, just on account of like having been in some post Fatal Fury games. But Geese I also kind of don't count because he is essentially already in the game. He's in the game as a boss character. Oh, it's not the input.
You lose.
Even before the game was out, like, I kind of assumed or took for granted that they would, like, when he was not in the year 1, like, season 1 DLC roster, I figured... I was assuming for sure that he would be part of the first DLC season. When he was not, I was like... Is it like... Well, doesn't matter. Climax, is that like 2 bars in max mode or 3 bars in neutral? Yeah. But yeah, like, I figured Geese would, like, my ideal wish list, basically, the best case scenario is like they did with KOF 15. They, like, in between DLC seasons or in the middle of them, or however they would time it, that they would do boss characters as free updates. Because they added Omega Rugal, I think, was the first one. Then I think they added Gainitz, and was it like Zero or Chrysalid? I want to say there was at least one, like a third boss that they added to 15, and they were added as like free characters who had like the boss battle challenge mode in addition to being full playable characters. So I imagine, like, that's what I figured that they would do for Geese. And it seems like they were like half a step ahead of me because they already have the boss version, like the boss challenge thing in the game at launch. But ideally, it would be nice if they did, if they add Nightmare Geese as a playable character after season 1. And then they could do like Nightmare Krauser after season 2 or whatever. Oh, I fucked that up.
Amazing!
You lose.
So we'll kind of sit through whatever the like I think the season 1 characters I think will be cool. Oh, I fucked that up. Oh my god, I fucked it up. Fuck off. That's not what I wanted. That'll do. Wow, okay. That did not do. There we go. Krauser would have a big buff daughter that wants to marry Terry. I mean, sure. I mean, I'd like new characters. That's the thing. Like, well, I would want, like, my ideal season 2 is like, Tsugumi, Duck King, let's say Franco Bash, Honfu, and a new character. Assuming, I guess, we can get Krauser on the side. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to ignore your question. Will I bring back art requests at any point? Not anytime soon. I am, I had kind of a particular purpose for doing so, and, trying to do that now would be far more of a of an ordeal and an undertaking than it would be a fun thing to do. So never say never, but not in the foreseeable future. But yeah, like Mr. Big, I think is a cool addition on paper, but it's a very frustrating addition when it's like they're taking every possible angle to avoid adding old Fatal Fury characters. It's like, all right, we're making a Fatal Fury sequel. Let's just go through the entirety of the Mark of the Wolves roster. All right, okay, gonna add any Fatal Fury characters? Well, we can add Mai, and we can add Billy. All right, any more? Well, we can add some Street Fighter characters. Okay, what about Fatal Fury characters? Well, we can add this DJ and this soccer player from as seen on real life. Okay, nice. How about any Fatal Fury characters? Well, we can add an Art of Fighting character. And it's like, oh my god, it's so frustrating that they just steadfastly refuse. Like, which is a very odd thing when it feels at odds with how they approach the game in general, and how, like, the people in charge creatively of the modern SNK games are mostly like ancient SNK people, but they assuredly have a love and understanding for the original old games. And there's frequently been elements in recent KOF games and Sam Show and, you know, and in City of the Wolves where there's like, oh, we put in all these old soundtracks and we have stages and background character cameos and all these little details that are referential and respectful of the old games. And even, you know, the character rosters going back to like KOF 12 and 13 adding fucking Raiden and Huajai. And I mean, even before then, the home version of 11 added all these characters from NBC and these other new characters, well, other old characters rather, from Buriki 1 and Savage Reign and stuff. So like, there's been a through line for the last 20 years of pulling out these weird left field deep cuts, especially like in particular when it comes to the playable characters on the roster. So Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, in my mind, is an outlier in that they didn't really do that at all. Which is why it stands out to me. Like, it's not just me yelling at clouds. I mean, it is that to a degree. I can accept that. But it is surprising because I feel like it's inconsistent with how they have done things. I mean, look at Samurai Showdown too. Like, that was also a good mix of like old and new. And sort of, you know, it could very easily have been just Sam Show 2, but it's, you know, they kind of covered a lot of eras. So I'm sure Burst has a bunch of easy, cheesable shit, but I don't remember how to play him at all. So it's very possible that his, like, non-throwable. He's obviously going to be cheap, but I remember him not being difficult, which is often the case in KOF bosses. But you kind of have to have some idea of what you can do. I didn't mean to do that. Probably dead.
I've never seen a fighter like this.
My only like concern with Ken and Chun-Li is that I hope that they will have like Street Fighter 2 costumes. Ken especially, I can't stand his new look in Street Fighter 6. And like the idea of the excitement of the crossover or whatever is like fully undermined if we have to play with this like ugly shit construction worker version of him. That's not a punish, but okay. And that's one thing that SNK have been consistently shit with in recent games, like doing alternate costumes. Nice death. But what they did do in KOF 15 is that a good chunk of the DLC characters, like KOF 15, Sam Show, and Fatal Fury are all kind of the same in that they have like one pre-order costume or like maybe two. So in like City of the Wolves, you can Harry has his old costume as a pre-order bonus. In KOF 15, Terry had the Mark of the Wolf costume as a bonus, and I think Leona had her KOF 96 costume. And in Sam Show, you got like the Hyper Neo Geo 64 models for Haomaru and Nakoruru, I think, maybe Genjuro. But that's like it. But then in this game, they had like 8 characters or something get DLC costumes. In 15, what they did was for like the Southtown team, there was Geese, Billy, and Yamazaki. All 3 of them had like their classic costume as DLC that just came bundled with the character. And basically, I think most returning characters that had a new design, like Shingo and Kim, I guess he was not in the game because I remember he had a new costume. So I guess Kim was a DLC character in 15, which seems weird, but I guess whatever. There's precedent, at least, for potentially having DLC costumes for Ken and Chun-Li, even though not much of a thing in the rest of the game. And I like desperately pray that that will be the case. That will, I think, make them end up looking pretty sweet. What's up, French Tombury? Welcome. All right. Let's see. Who can we potentially do some damage with here? I guess we'll go Ryo still. Him is another character I have used quite a lot in KOF in general. I don't know that I actually remember how to play him at all, but I think I'll give it a shot. Benimar is probably a relatively safe bet, but fix things up a little bit. I mean, we can use continued service eventually if it comes to it, right? Let's go all black and gray. Why not?
Order select. Round 1. Ready, go!
So he has this, I guess, yeah. Nice. Okay, we're doing all right so far. I believe that actually comboed it. Hate this move. Oh my god, oh fuck, if I'd gotten Hangetsu on cancel there, I would have landed another super. But Kim pulled his weight. Yeah, the 6-6A is a weird fucking move. It's like he never had it before, and it made him... It was like a huge buff for him. Oh, that's unblockable or an overhead or something. Alright. Ralph C. Alright, we got there. We got there. There's like final verse. Is that how this goes? I forget. I will say that SNK in general, in like the modern era, they've generally sort of carried the torch for like actually doing final boss fights. They're not the only one to do it, and they're not always great or anything, but that was definitely something that kind of fell away as fighting games became more niche, and you know, it was kind of seemingly more difficult to justify adding stuff that didn't add tangible like gameplay value or benefit. And I think a very easy, obvious example of that would be, you know, resources for a character that you then don't leverage to make a playable character out of. Which, I mean, Verse is playable in this game. But they still made a proper boss version and a proper boss fight. I think it's I was surprised at how like flimsily that aspect was handled in Street Fighter 6. It was in 5 as well, for sure, but that, I don't know, was less surprising. I don't know. What's up, Polar Bear? Welcome, welcome. Couldn't remember, like, I thought there was another version of Verse. Maybe there is a second form that you can only fight under certain circumstances, or I'm just getting it mixed up with 15's final boss. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, we spent almost an hour with this, so we don't really need to sit. Well, I guess we can. We don't have to skip this, but what we can do is we can start a raffle for the next game. And I guess we'll stop the timer, whatever. You know, however much that matters. So, if you want to pick... Oh, yeah, let me... Actually, well, I can start the raffle, and then I can update the spreadsheet. So, if you want to pick the next game... let's see if I find the button here on my Stream Deck. There we go. Raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat, and you should be entered into the raffle. That seems to work. Good. King of Fighters 14 has been played today, the 9th of May, 2025. Here we go. Another game down. 242 games played out of 325, but that number is probably not exactly accurate because there are 2 games we won't play. But we're getting close to 75% of the game list played in only about 6 years. Kind of weird looking at these like background stages. A lot of them have this sort of flat, bland look to them. It's a good thing that the contrast is low in terms of readability of the characters. But they still look weirdly washed out. I mean, especially now in the credits, of course, but even during the game. Vandalite 1, there's a list of games you can pick. And you can see the list by typing !VS and get a link to the spreadsheet. A little bit over 30 seconds left, accounting for Twitch lag. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance to pick the next game. The raffle's going and everything, but once the second game has been picked, I will activate the whatever you call it, the redeem, to skip the raffle and pick the next game if you want to spend your jig bucks doing so. But we'll see how this shakes out first. All right. Let's go. The winner of this raffle is French Tomberry. Congrats. Let us know what game shall be played. And I'll probably take a short break, actually, and then set that up. But let us know what it's going to be. Then we can get that sorted. SoulCalibur III. Very well. I got that relatively recently. I need to find it, I think, but that should be all right. That's a good opportunity for us to take a short break to make sure we have that all set up. I remember that SoulCalibur 3 does have some like memory card corruption issues, but
record.
I think if we just play arcade mode, like there's some particular modes and stuff you like. The bug to corrupt your memory card is like you can replicate it, so that means you can probably avoid it if you know what it is, which I don't, but I just remember it's a thing, but it shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, we'll be back with SoulCalibur 3 in a couple of minutes. Let's pop out this disc lest I forget. And yeah, that'll be fun. I haven't played that in about probably. So interesting. Here to I will dig up the game and set everything up. Yeah, I remember the bug being like associated with the strategy mode, but because I don't remember specifics, I don't want to be like too flippant about it. I didn't put it in rest mode. Whatever. It occurs if you delete a memory card file that is older than your SoulCalibur 3. Yeah, I remember there's like something like that. But it might only trigger if you have the data from the mode on it. I don't know. Or maybe it can happen in multiple situations. I think possibly that there was a revision of the game in Japan that had the issue fixed. But I'm not sure if that was the case. And even if it is, I don't know if that's the version I have or not. I just remember that on the product page on Surugaya, there was like a link to a Namco website that like explained the bug or whatever. But obviously I don't remember the details. Anyway, I'll be back with SoulCalibur 3. And okay, I guess my PS4 is just gonna patch itself. Fine, whatever. I'll be back in a bit.
Humiliation.
and figure out if I can unmute myself. That would help. All right, let's see here. I have a memory card here. I guess I don't know if we're gonna if it's gonna seem like we might want to save. Actually, this is, well, yeah, this is not anything. If I somehow were to lose any of this data, it's completely harmless. I spent a few minutes digging out my my copy of SoulCalibur 3, and then it turns out, of course, I had actually been smart, and I don't have the disc in here because I have it in my like disc binder. I just had assumed I wouldn't have it in there. I'd be kind of lazy with actually putting discs away, but joke's on me. But I have it here, and we'll pop it in and get started. I can update some things here. We'll reset the timer. We will update the game info. Cover art. And I can miraculously remember to enable the pick the next game board. That is now available. I was never the biggest fan of SoulCalibur, but I did play quite a decent amount of the first one on the Dreamcast and SoulCalibur 2. By the time 3 came out, I had a modded PS2, so I had a copy of the game and I would play it more than zero amount. But I got a lot of fighting games and played them very briefly, and SoulCalibur not being one of those games that I was really into, I just didn't really spend much time with it. I remember the single player modes and the character edit stuff like being pretty novel, because it was a it was the first game like this to be developed for console first. Okay, that seemed awkward there. Like it was, I don't know if it had some disc reading issues or what was going on, but maybe that's just what it was like. EHX certified game, huh? That was an oddly lengthy intro for that. But yeah, like, there are elements of SoulCalibur that I always loved. And there were a lot of elements that I never cared for. I think a lot of the character design and art is wonderful. I think the level of, like, what do you call it? The level of consistency and effort in, like, realizing the vibe and style and whatever. Like, the SoulCalibur games are very polished in their kind of delivery of the SoulCalibur style. They often have had a lot of, like, stuff in them. You know, not just in terms of modes and characters and whatever, but there's, like, with the exception of maybe 5 and 6 having a lot of stuff that was very boring, for the most part, they were, like, they always delivered a lot on just... There was a lot of meat on the bone, aesthetically, but also, like, gameplay experience-wise. But mechanically, in terms of how they played, I just never really liked them that much. I always felt like the whole weapon combat aspect felt very flimsy and weird. Very floaty and slippery. doesn't have like the sense of weight and impact of something like Sam Show. And in general, like, I'm not a huge fan of stuff that feels slippery. I like VF, I like MK11, I like Super Turbo, I like dry fighting games. I can enjoy something like Breakers or Asuka 120% that's very like smooth and easy to play and everything cancels into everything or whatever. But I definitely don't care for like a variety of anime type fighting games. I don't care for Marvel vs. Capcom type fighting games. And I don't really care that much for Tekken or SoulCalibur either, even though they are like... The reason I don't like the feel of something like SoulCalibur isn't really the same as like why I don't really like the feel of Melty Blood or Guilty Gear. But there's something fundamental about the feel of it that just doesn't really click for me. But I can still enjoy it, especially on a very light, casual level like this, because there's a lot of cool stuff to enjoy just in the kind of the universe and the characters and all that. Like the music's good, and like I said, it's a well-realized, you know, just package. Pretty neat intro. Like, I feel like I don't remember this at all. Feels odd looking at the just the rendering and stylization of the characters. There's elements of it that feel surprisingly dated, like a lot of the hair and stuff like that. That a game of this vintage I like would kind of expect to look and feel newer, but this is like what, 04, 05?
SoulCalibur
2005.
3.
I mean, I don't think the games are bad or anything, but they don't really click for me, and that's the thing, that there's always going to be like that with fighting games, where you can't expect to like something based purely on, you know, the quality or how polished it is or anything like that. Sometimes stuff just doesn't feel right to you, and it might be very difficult to explain or put your finger on why exactly that is. I just realized that this is all in English. I wonder if it parsed my system language. I'm very confused about that. Because there does not... Yeah, there's one voice language, or maybe it's just like, I don't know. Maybe it is fully in English, which doesn't make sense to me, but I'm just confused. Like in 2005, it wouldn't be too far outside the norm to have like fully bilingual games. Capcom did that a bunch. Maybe Namco did too. But the fact that there's no option for it either has me a bit confused. I mean, I'm happy about it, but it's, yeah, peculiar. This won't apply. We probably want... Oh yeah, no, I want a weird custom because the stick I have, it's a Real Arcade PS, and it has the L buttons on the far left. So if you use the face buttons, it's kind of weird. I mean, the layout of the buttons is like correct for a 6-button layout, but because they're not, you don't use the leftmost buttons, it ends up feeling like when you feel there's a button to your left with your finger, like I will just naturally use those buttons. So I always have to map stuff here. So this should be A, this should be G, square should be B, and triangle should be K. I won't remember or know what any of the button combinations do anyway, so yeah, having an extra guard button on X is fine. Software overdrive? The fuck is this? Huh. Oh, you can play in Team by 9. That's kind of cool. It's nice, actually. You can see in the preview that it attempts at least to account for it by having the character select, like, having be pillar boxed. Most PS2 games that support 16 by 9 will just stretch all the, like, 2D UI assets. So it kind of looks a bit shitty. Obviously, for this capture setup, there's no real benefit for me to be in 16 by 9 anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Soletta. Like, I've had a lot of great times with SoulCalibur. I played a lot of SoulCalibur 2 on Xbox. Like, at the time, I would consider myself a big SoulCalibur fan. I was into fighting games a lot. I always was, but I wasn't really into playing competitively yet, I guess, at that point. Because I kind of started... Well, it's kind of an overlap there. Like, I got the Street Fighter Anniversary Collection and an Xbox Live subscription to play Third Strike online on my Xbox in, like, 2004. 2005. I had previously attempted to play online on Kylera on like dial-up, which obviously was not a good experience. But it was around that time, 04, 05, where I started like meeting up with people online, or meeting up with people in person who I had gotten in touch with online to play fighting games and stuff. And actually, the first kind of community of people I connected with, SoulCalibur 2 was like the main game. SoulCalibur 2, Guilty Gear, Reload, maybe it was at the time, and Third Strike were kind of the games. A little bit of Tekken 5, maybe. So I was like kind of exposed to it, but I didn't really like. It was around that time where I was kind of, you know, I had a similar experience with Tekken where I had liked Tekken, but then when you have to actually play against someone who knows what they're doing, like different parts of the game starts kind of exposing themselves to you, and you can kind of go like, ah, I see. Never mind. See if I can. Oh, never mind. I wanted. Never mind. And it was kind of similar with SoulCalibur. If you're just like mashing buttons, like it's kind of cool, it's fine. But sure. But it's not my preference. So this game does have... yeah, so this is an early example of fucking mega confusing fighting game menus, which Arc System Works would go on to absolutely master. But like I said, this was like kind of an early example. Obviously, Midway had done the Mortal Kombat games, but from a Japanese developer, and especially from like a big arcade fighting game series like this to be console first. So this game did have an arcade version, but it came out after the console game. So there was a big effort to kind of make this not feel like it's, you know, just an arcade port or whatever. So there's like, not only is there a lot of modes and stuff, there's nothing called an arcade mode. I think there is. You can play like a ladder. There's and there's like, I don't know, and it's often convoluted, but Tales of Souls is the kind of the replacement or equivalent of the arcade mode. And I remember it has like weird QTEs and like branching story paths and stuff. But I think it's like that's the mode we should play because it's representative of what's unique about this game. So we got PS2 load times to load in the character. Not too bad. Edit color 1, huh? I like Ivy's look in this game. I think she's a cool character. She's never really had a bad design, but I thought it was cool that she's in a different, like the white color is her primary color for once. But Tira, Zaslamel, and Setsuka were the new characters in this game, right? Oh, yes, for... Oh, random, and I think this is for, like, edit characters, maybe? I forget. So I don't exactly know how to play anyone, but Mitsurugi was, like, the only character I played, really. Huh. I don't prefer this costume, but we should rock this costume just because it's a little different. I don't think this one is... It's hard to see what it looks like, but it doesn't look familiar, so I think it's a little bit different than his alternate costume in some of the other games. That's one of the things I like, though, in SoulCalibur. Tekken used to do this back in the day, too, where they actually genuinely had different designs in every game and proper, like, alternate costumes. Actually, this reminds me, is this the game where she had, like, the... I think that's 4... where she has like the leopard print or whatever it is, like gold jumpsuit. Yeah, okay, this is definitely a totally different outfit. It really annoys me that it's like instantly zooming in so you don't actually see what it looks like, but whatever. The girl with the shield? Well, Cassandra and Sophidia were both in 2. Unless there's another lady with a shield. Maybe you're thinking of Hilda. She was in 4. The, like, lance. If you're attempting to make a request, that those don't come for free. There's a point redeem you can do if you want to do that. Otherwise, I'll give you a moment if that's what you're trying to do. Otherwise, I'll go with Mitsurugi. I'll account for a few seconds of Twitch lag. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to switch characters the way this mode works. I don't know what her wanted to... Yeah, like the character designs and the costume designs is like one of the things I always really did like about these games. Like the player 2 costume version of the sword or whatever. Select button icon data. What does that mean? I don't know if weapon effects are applied in this mode. I would kind of expect not, but maybe, since it was mentioned. Even the Tanegashima rifles, which he had once considered his greatest enemy, no longer concerned Mitsurugi. He had lost interest in the ultimate weapon, Soul Edge, as well. At this time, the Mitsurugi was attacked by forces pursuing the fragments of Soul Edge. He fended off his attackers and noticed that their garments resembled those of the female ninja who had stood in his path many times in the past. Something happening in Japan? Mitsurugi decided it was time to return to his homeland. The end of the Warring States period. The Ojima Murakami forces with whom Mitsurugi stayed upon returning had refused to submit to Toyotomi and were preparing to make their last stand as proud men of the sea. Mitsurugi immediately agreed to join the fight and began preparations for battle. And even now, they were already kind of... It's interesting. I think this is fine, but this reminds me a lot of the experiences I had with the single player stuff in 6, which was like mind-numbingly boring because there's like so much text and dialogue that was like presented in a way that made it impossible to give a shit about it. They hadn't gone fully off the deep end yet by this point, but it's like borderline a bit much, especially with this being presented as like the closest analog for an arcade mode. Like I said, I think there is like a simpler kind of ladder mode that you can play. Well, there might not be. There definitely were in later games after this, so I might be conflating it. But this is the stuff that's like, if I just want to play the game, this is what I'm getting. And I guess it's like I understand it because I think the immediacy of an arcade mode and the appeal of that, I think, was and probably still is a very niche thing. So it makes perfect sense to present this like more straightforward. But it's interesting to see, even 20 years back, the early kind of inklings of the kind of stuff that I would eventually come to find pretty tedious about later SoulCalibur games. Yeah, like I think a lot of the way the story and the character stuff is presented in these games is kind of not necessarily super easy to get into. It's kind of how I felt anyway.
Now two souls are
That's pretty sweet that they've loaded the fight and everything before the map screen, so you can read the text and then just jump right in.
You're dead. You want to die that
I definitely had the language set to Japanese, by the way.
versus samurai. Fight.
Yeah, there's... Okay, I'm just gonna... What's up with that? I'm just gonna double check here. Unless there's like something specific about this mode. We'll get back to the game in like 2 seconds, but...
SoulCalibur III.
Why would it...
Welcome to the new stage.
I'm
of
baffled.
history.
Voice language... Japanese. But is it like... fucking something up because for whatever reason the system language is in English? Because there's no option for text language. Yeah, quick play, I guess. It's oh. I don't know why it's so fucking confusing. I find the idea of playing with English voices extremely off-putting. I mean, we didn't change... Okay, I mean, let me just do this and just out of curiosity, see if there's some weird language thing here where it, like, reverts... Like, you know, whether the option is actually between the default and the alternate. It doesn't make sense that they would not let me choose. I'll rock the costume too. It looked... Actually, what's the edit color too? Oh, that's hideous. Let's go with this. That didn't sound Japanese. Get this, yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool to, like, it makes sense to have, if we're just waiting for the load time, might as well have a bit of text to read.
Two heroes finally meet under the star.
Anyway, fuck it, let's finally play.
Don't let your guard down.
No, it's just unavoidably English. What the fuck is up? To be clear, by the way,
Versus samurai.
I am playing the Japanese version of the game on a Japanese console, and it was set to Japanese, and it's still in English. I wonder if it is like a system language thing, but extremely strange.
You win.
A waste of time.
Camera controls. Getting kind of like Bushido Blade vibes with these like fake characters that we're fighting. I mean, it's kind of cool. They're leveraging the whole character customization stuff too. Go to Persia. I'm a big fan of Persia. Egyptian temple. Man, the stages have always been sick in these games.
His eyes to the path before him.
If you're going to stand in my way, you're dead.
All right, I'm getting pumped up.
I'm getting pumped up.
Versus Young Sung. Fight.
I wish I could say the same. Come on. There we go.
You win.
So I remember this mode has like branching paths and stuff where if you fail like certain fights, you only get one attempt or a limited amount of attempts, or like the number of continues. There's like a bunch of, there are decisions, as you saw, like I got to pick if I went to Persia or Europe. But there's also stuff where your performance determines. Yeah, there's going to be like a QTE thing now of dodging this fucking wheel. That's like the one thing I remember about this game.
You are not worthy to find the sword. I shall kill you here and now.
Dialogue, like the voice acting, it's not great. I think that the other characters like using alternate costumes and shit too. I always appreciate that. Right, okay, I was like so scared that it would ask me to press a button and me not knowing what button is which on this joystick.
You're quicker than I thought. I was wrong about you.
Watch, you'll see just how wrong you are.
Versus SoulCalibur. Fight.
Oh, that's not good. Right, that worked out.
You win.
How pathetic.
It's like single rounds too, which is like pretty nerve-wracking. Follow the man with the scythe, sure. The game has an option to use English or Japanese voices. SoulCalibur 2 did as well, as I recall. Like, that's been a thing. It's not supposed to not give me the option. And it's certainly not supposed to be fully forced in English. Like, it's utterly baffling. But the only thing I can imagine is that it somehow uses the system language to determine what language to use for text display, which I think is a terrible idea. I hate when games do that, because I would rather just have the manual option to pick language. Like, if a game has both languages on the disc, there's no benefit to not giving me the option. There's like some PS3 games that do this too, and it drives me fucking nuts. But why the language option didn't have an effect is like extra baffling. We can like skip the dialogue in English instead of skipping it in Japanese, or the walls of text rather.
Through this fight.
I'm ready to fight you.
Versus Sophitia. Fight.
There's like pretty gross like motion blur and everything in this too, it feels like. Not sure what's up with that.
You win.
I don't know how much of that could potentially be to do with the capture, but it shouldn't be. Alright, we're doing well so far. Tsurugi felt like he was being watched. Stop. Prepare to defend yourself. It's like a fucking Mortal Kombat hidden character. Beat the enemy before time runs out. Like this shit, like the Edgemaster mode and whatever in these games was always sick. And it's a very interesting idea to kind of apply some of that stuff to a kind of single player like arcade mode. Okay. I guess I could maybe have blocked that. I didn't really get many attempts to try it. So yeah, we failed that little quest, which if we had succeeded would have most likely have given us a different path or an opportunity to unlock a character or something like that. So I remember when I played this back in the day, I was really kind of mad. I hit the guard button, but too late, I guess. So now I'll start with less health. Or at the very edge, or both, I guess. Worked out.
You win.
Too easy.
It's very strange to have like motion blur type stuff on in like a fighting game. That's why I'm a little confused. It's also surprising to see it in 2005, because I feel like it's a much more common thing in early PS2 games. Pursue the lizard-like figure rumored to be a monster. But it is possible that the lizard-like figure is just a person, I guess. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, like, I'm kind of split about how this is presented, because, well, actually, I guess the bigger thing is, I think this is generally sick, but I wish there was also a standard arcade mode that's, like, equally accessible. But yeah, I remember at the time, I was pissed off at this mode because there were, like, things I was not able to unlock, or things I couldn't access, and it felt unusual in a fighting game at the time to have unlockables or content that were sort of skill gated or gated in such a way that you couldn't just kind of grind for it. Obviously, a lot of fighting games had you unlock stuff by beating the game, but even in cases like that, you could generally always just continue how many times you wanted. And of course, there were always these like arcade secret boss fights and stuff that you know you have to 1cc or whatever. I was probably not even aware of that being a thing at that time. But even so, I think it's a little bit different when you have a game that's sort of more set up for you to reach all these different things and unlock them. And, you know, it felt like a departure from how the kind of grindy campaign modes worked in SoulCalibur II. Or in the previous games in general, I should say. So I remember that being like a frustrating thing. But I'm curious if I would view it differently today. Of course, I don't understand or remember, like, it's all very opaque so far. I don't know what I'm missing out on or anything. But the game doesn't tell you either. So, you know, maybe it's not as bad as I remember it. Nice back throw. Got him.
You win. You thought you could defeat me? How absurd.
But it was part of why I wasn't, like, as fond of this game. Or at least there was this kind of tinge of frustration with it that I hadn't really experienced with previous SoulCalibur games, or really fighting games in general, I guess.
His eyes reveal a man of renewed purpose.
But coming to it now, of course, it's a totally different thing. Like, you view everything about the experience so differently in terms of what's being offered, or like, because you both have the kind of thing of compared to contemporaries and other things I've been playing, but also, of course, you have the completely different experience of comparing it to current games. Almost dead. When you hit them multiple times after KOing them, every single touch they do their like death scream again. Good. I think the pacing of this is like a little clunky, but you know, there's only so much you can do with a PS2 and having to load stuff. The load times are generally actually not bad, and I like the way
To appease the winds,
they kind of, you know, they present the text and stuff for you to read while it's loading. You don't have to go through lengthy like versus screens or anything. Like the way you get in and out of fights is nice and snappy.
versus Talon. Fight.
I think honestly the fact that the fights are one round. Ah, almost. It's like contributing to its like weird weird pace.
You win.
Too easy. Don't waste my...
Like you kind of end up spending less time fighting and more time waiting. It's a nightmare. Okay. More text. Why was there a separate load? Okay. Seemed he had another battle to face before Nightmare. Okay, QTE. That's guy.
My master must be avenged.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Looking English dub.
Setsuka.
Okay. Stages look fucking sick though. Okay, at least I didn't do much damage.
You win.
Your sword skills. Now I remember.
Oh. QTE. More cogs. Right and kick. Like, it's, I don't even know where to look, and like the commands are so awkwardly depicted. It's like so shit, like they're so, you know, we're 20 minutes in or so, you know, accounting for the time we spend futzing around in menus. Like having a QTE you get one attempt at when you don't even really know that it's coming or how to read the prompt 20 minutes into an arcade run, and it's like, well, that's, you know, we are probably locked out of a certain ending or certain unlockables or something. Like that annoying feeling that I have about this game is coming back to me now, because now I know that, you know, I don't know what specific outcome was triggered by us getting caught. But I know that it's not good. I'm trying to fucking block. Because the game doesn't really tell you, but now knowing that it's like, well, okay, something would happen if I do that correctly, but if I want to try that, I have to do another like 20-minute run before I even get to that QTE again, not knowing what might change.
I'm impressed that you made
Like
it
that kind of sucks. Like,
not bad at all.
it's cool that those things are in there,
Dream is about to be
but having the whole sort of
You,
one
however,
attempt
are not worthy of witnessing this glorious
and being
moment.
locked out of stuff like just
Leave
doesn't
this place
feel,
at once.
I don't know, it doesn't feel good. Even if I can also I can see why some things would be that way and why it's not an inherently all bad thing, but it just, I don't know, it has an annoying feel to it. Guard. Oh. It didn't tell me I pressed it too, like, I pressed it while it was on screen, but I might have hit a direction. Yeah, so now I have to fight at half health.
You win.
There is nothing I cannot cut through.
That was a weirdly low-key explosion. It's like half the effects were missing. Very tense, trying to figure out if we're waiting for the ending or the final boss. But I guess this is the ending.
Is there no one stronger around?
There he is! It's Mitsurugi!
This is fucking sick though, like a little, obviously the, you know, it's built with simple means, but having a full, like, modeled location like this for cinematic, okay, I guess I got it. I pressed guard first, so it didn't fuck me over by, you know, just from pressing the wrong thing. I'm just glad it actually says ABKG and not like L2 or square or whatever.
If you want to kill me, you'd better bring a whole army.
That's a SoulCalibur. Alright, we did it. We got destroyed by the Colossus, but other than that, 1cc. I feel like I never did back then. And it's funny, we fought like fake samurai or whatever. I feel like we didn't face that many characters from the game in the 10 battles, but I guess we mostly fought real characters. But I'm actually kind of impressed with the whole ending because this was like an awkward time. You would have the like the CG endings in Tekken and stuff, and they were kind of what they were up until Tag 2. I honestly don't really remember what they did for character endings in the previous SoulCalibur games. But I feel like it's always really dicey to imagine like a real-time rendered little scene like that. I remember DOA 2 had those as well, and they were like extremely simple. That's why I never minded having endings that were just like 2 or 3 still images with text or voiceover, because that allows you to tell any scene you want. Whenever you have to like depict something in real time, it's always so limited by the resources and what you can actually do. I mean, this wasn't like the most satisfying narratively or whatever, but that doesn't really matter. It was just kind of a cool scene. And the fact that it was as elaborate as it was in terms of like feeling like it took place in a real location. This was a pretty simple scene as it played out, but it didn't feel compromised or like immediately and obviously like awkwardly simple. It's like the fucking MK4 endings where it's like every ending features 2 or 3 characters from the playable roster in the game, and they are standing in one of the levels from the game, and that's like all the endings, because they didn't, you know, they couldn't just make a bunch of graphics for anything else. And I feel like that's often what you kind of, I mean, that's Tekken 7's absolute dog shit arcade mode endings. They're like the MK4 endings, except they're not funny, they're just shit. I have no idea, of course, how representative this would be for anything beyond what we saw, but that was still pretty cool. But of course, you know, again, it's like not a great feeling knowing that we missed out on something, but not knowing what. And it's like, I'd be half curious to play again, which, you know, I that's certainly an appeal. In Street Fighter 6, every character has like 3 pictures in the gallery that you unlock for each time you beat the game. Like, you have to beat the game 3 times with every character to unlock all 3 images. And that can feel a little like, all right, I'll do it for that, but it's not really like, it's a little busy work of a thing. So having a legitimate, like, hey, I would like to play this again with this character despite having completed it, because I will get to experience or see something I didn't. That's neat. But it's also kind of like, I'm not sure. It doesn't feel great if it's like, all right, let's try this again, and we get to the Colossus fight and I lose again. It's like, well, okay, let's spend another 20 minutes getting back to try it. Or like not knowing, I mean, I guess the long story short is like, I would like to have a guide so I can look up in a guidebook what will and will not actually lead to any kind of different outcomes. But the fact that it's, you know, that it's like that, it's a little annoying. But, you know, maybe I'll just buy a guidebook and that'll solve itself. I'm gonna actually skip the credits for once. I don't usually do that, but in the interest of time, I will want to take a quick look to see if we get some kind of prompt. On multiple occasions, the game told us we unlocked a thing, but not what we unlocked. Standard character Sophia, okay. Lizard Man. I like standard character. That's pretty, like, a funny way to frame it. Yeah. So it is kind of cool that, like, if we had taken the different paths, we would have probably faced other characters and we would have unlocked them. So I don't assume that we would have to do, like, every route with every character to get every opponent. Like, I'm sure there's other characters who might face Lizard Man, and it's just like anytime you've defeated Lizardman the first time you unlock him, I'm assuming. But it's still fun. Like, it's cool and satisfying that you get stuff like this. Sub mode event viewer. Oh yeah, it's like to watch cutscenes. It's your default weapon. This fanfare getting a little old already, but yeah. So it tells me we got like 3 items because I unlocked the character and their weapon and their stage, I guess. Okay, so we didn't really get anything special, it seems like. But I don't know if...
SoulCalibur III.
Go back in... So to be clear, by the way, if you weren't around for it, it was set to Japanese and they still spoke English. That's why I tried setting it to English to see if they would speak Japanese. But yeah, this was fun and enjoyable, and like the way this stuff worked in this mode, like it would be... I would love it if Fatal Fury or Street Fighter had a mode like this, you know? Fatal Fury does have the Episode Southtown mode, which is not terrible, not great. It's a million times less boring and tedious than World Tour and Street Fighter 6, but it's still a little like... I like the way this, the thing we just played through now, builds on a typical like arcade structure without being this whole like tedious map thing. But you can kind of have both, I think. So I was curious to do this. Pick Mitsui again just to... Yeah, so now he speaks Japanese. Yeah. So I wonder if it's like... Is it like dependent on the mode? Or is it... Oh, I had to switch it and switch it back? It's a highly mysterious thing. We're not going to do a full second run, obviously, but... yeah, so now we get a Japanese voice. Like, I don't know. Did we fix the voice language setting? I'm just going to hop into this again. And we'll... let's pick a character. I don't know if the costume made it English or like what did it, but... Yeah, she's speaking Japanese now. Fully mysterious why setting it like it was in Japanese by default, and I double checked that it was in Japanese and it was in English. Yeah, just weird SoulCalibur 3 stuff. It works now. Oh, whatever. All right. Well, that was SoulCalibur 3. I will give about 5 seconds if someone wants to redeem the pick next game before we do another raffle, because if we have started the raffle, then we will have to honor the raffle first. So if someone would like to redeem that now, you can do so, but you have until I start the raffle. I mean, if you do it after the raffle started, your pick is still eligible, but you'll have to wait until we play whatever wins the raffle. I like these little track mode demos in 3D Fighters when they have like a different camera. Yeah, the stages in this look fucking awesome. I really love the SoulCalibur stages, and these are really good even by SoulCalibur standards, I believe. All right, well, that's Lizard Man, I guess. That's pretty good. You had your fair warning, so let's do it. Raffle is open. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the spreadsheet and update that while we're at it. Type raffle in chat if you want to pick the next game. Today is still 2025-05-09, correct? Hope so. I'll check my phone. Yep, Friday, May 9th. But yeah, that was fun. Thank you very much for picking that. I very much enjoyed this. Manual's pretty girthy. Oh, there's an ad for the guidebook. I should get that to learn how to unlock stuff. Got about a minute to enter the raffle. A little less, I suppose, accounting for Twitch lag. Alright, there's like a bunch of comics in here. Why not? Yeah, there's like 10 or 12 pages of comics of like Sophidia and Cassandra explaining the core mechanics of the game. Pretty neat. I recall this game actually having a tutorial mode in game, which was like pretty unusual back then, of course. All right. Looks like that's going to be it for raffle entrance, unless we get a very last second one. See who wins this one. Boom! Lamisar. Well rigged. Well rigged. Back when manuals were cool. I mean, back when manuals were, for one. And all the Japanese manuals were always like 50 times better than at least European ones. There's a handful of example of wild American manuals for some of the like EA stuff with the fucking Buck Rogers novel or whatever the fuck, but broadly speaking, you know, Japanese manuals were always by far the best. Time to enter the sirloin dimension. That can be arranged. Hopefully that game runs and works. We shall find out. Let's this disc out here before I forget. And something in my setup is like making some kind of clicking noise, like it's something vibrating or moving against something, and I have no idea what it is, and it's highly distressing. Extremely weird. Well, whatever. Let's get a game going so we can drown out the noise and I don't have to worry about it. I guess we go to this scene. Looks about right. Turn this off because I will definitely forget otherwise. Probably my PS4 doing some weird shit. Well, whatever. I'll try to ignore it so you don't have to worry about it either. Oh yeah, I'm not going to play this with my PS2 stick, so let's get that out of the way. What am I going to play this with? I could probably play this with like fucking keyboard. It's like a... I forget how the game plays. I just know that it's deliberately designed to have like mega simple controls. Actually, I guess... maybe it's a good use for this. We'll give it a shot. I got this leverless controller a few months ago on the cheap. Just really curious to give it a try. And it's interesting. It's obviously very awkward when you're not used to it. It's a skill you have to learn. But I was surprised at how, like, the word, it doesn't feel flimsy exactly, but it feels like fragile. It doesn't really feel solid. Like it kind of creaks and like, I don't know, it feels like you have to be very careful with it, which is not a great feeling for for a controller like this. And I'm not sure if that's just the way they are if you get these really cheap ones, or if they are all kind of like that, but I was a little surprised by it. But it was kind of an interesting experience. I tried playing Street Fighter 6 with it a tiny bit and was immediately like super flustered, because I can barely remember how to play that game in general, and then trying to remember how to play it while also trying to learn to use a controller I'm not used to was not a great idea. What's the name of this game again? Fantasy Strike. All right. I'm gonna bring up the audio mixer here in advance, because this will probably be mega fucking loud. Try to be ready, and then I'll drop this down, set up a capture of some kind. There we go. Get the game details here. Do I have a cover art set up for this? I should. I do indeed. Fantasy Strike is such a... It's like a modern beat 'em up level of a generic name. But it's appropriate, I guess, because the game in general is such a derivative kind of... There's a bunch of characters in this that are like awkwardly one-to-one with characters from other fighting games. And even the ones that aren't just has a... like a real fucking League of Legends at home vibe to them. Unity asset store energy. I guess you could say that too.
Welcome to Fantasy Strike. I'm Master Midori.
All right, I guess we're doing this.
Pop the balloons by touching them.
Yeah, so for those unaware, this is... the game is designed by David Sirlin, who is a figure in the American fighting game community. At one point in time, I guess he had some cachet as a competitor in Street Fighter. He is a person that has been kind of clowned on by a lot of people over a lot of time because he's expressed certain views, and particularly done so in a way that is kind of is it fair to say invites mockery? I don't know. He's often come across as a little bit of a pretentious know-it-all, and I mean, I don't have anything against him in person or anything, but I can see why he has that kind of reputation. He was kind of the lead designer, or at least like sort of in charge of the balance changes for Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. So I think that reputation has kind of been amplified by that, because that was a game that a lot of people didn't really, you know. I have a jump button. I think it should be this. Oh, this game actually uses a jump button. That's why. Okay.
Attack me to advance.
But you know, he is a game designer, and he's done like board games and card games and this eventually. I guess maybe a better thing to lead with is David Sirlin is also, among other things, the creator of Chess 2. Oh, okay, that's a special move, I guess.
Good. There's no dash, run, or crouch, so you already learned all about movement. Attack these sparring partners.
He, you know, he designed, like, there was a pitch for a Street Fighter 4 that he made, and he had some ideas about, like, making Street Fighter 4 some kind of free-roaming 3D thing with a rewind button or whatever. He was very, you know, in a way that was arguably ahead of its time, kind of concerned with the idea of highly approachable fighting games. And I think, you know, at this point, we've kind of gone full circle on that idea, where at least in terms of stripping games of their mechanical complexity to make them approachable. But that was kind of his idea for his pitch for Street Fighter IV, which obviously has no relation to the actual Street Fighter IV that was then made. But this was, you know, in the mid 2000s, before Street Fighter IV was a thing. And there is like footage out there of some kind of like third person running around, like a you know, kind of a prototype build of something that was related to his sort of concept for Street Fighter 4 or whatever. But he one of the things that Serlin, I guess, is like known / infamous for is his obsession with as he would phrase it, the Japanese concept of yomi, the art of reading your opponent or whatever, which, yeah, yomi literally means reading. Like, it's not, you know, he kind of makes it sound a lot more pretentious than it is. But it's, you know, it's like reading your opponent. Literally, that's what it means. It means, you know, reading, recognizing patterns and predicting what your opponent will do. But he kind of tends to present it as this very high-level psychological concept. And for example, he named his card game Yomi.
Attack me to advance.
And if I'm not mistaken, this game is set in the Yomi universe. So basically, he created this card game that's you know, features these kind of knockoff fighting game characters. And then he you know, that eventually led to this game being created, which was old beans. Yeah, I guess okay, so you hit it early, you get like more. I'm not sure. Master of insane self-aggrandizement. I suppose, yeah, there's like I said, there's kind of a reason has a reputation for being a bit of full of himself and just like presenting himself in a way that, yeah, like I said, kind of
when you flash white, you're invulnerable to strikes.
Invites a little bit of mockery. And yeah, I think like the art in this, like a lot of the presentation of this game is really not bad at all. And this, I mean, this game is pretty old at this point. I want to say that this is like pre Street Fighter V.
Attack me to advance.
I just think the character designs are like so, like just the how to draw manga knockoff, like store brand versions of the kind of ideas or concepts you would see in fighting games with actual good design.
While the wind blows, your B and jumping B specials are powered up. Your powered up projectiles destroy enemy projectiles. Your jumping B strikes lightning below.
What? Oh.
Attack me to advance. When your super meter is
that's why, like, whenever something like this comes up, like, you know, it tends to be with a little bit of a derisive tone. And I think, you know, as you can see, this game, it's just like not well suited for this kind of controller. Just the way the buttons are laid out. And as you can see, like, it's actually using a lot of buttons. Like a six button game.
Attack me to advance. Your super in the air is different. It's a parry, so it only
And I feel like it's
attacks into it. Attack me to advance.
at the time, this would have seemed not just novel, but like a genuinely worthwhile pursuit. You know, you had there's been a lot of different takes on like simplified controls in fighting games. You've had Rising Thunder. There's, you know, the single button special in like Grand Blue and stuff like that. You've obviously got like simple controls in Street Fighter 6 and Fatal Fury and whatever else. Dive Kick was also like what, 2012, 2011, something like that. And there's also been stuff like Blade Strangers, was that the name of it? A game that has like a bunch of indie game characters in it.
By blocking their attacks, then hitting them back.
How do I block? Holding back. And that game is also like meant to be simple, so it only has 4 buttons. But it has a bunch of stuff that you can do, so you have to like every single combinations of those buttons does a different thing, and I found it like super awkward and complicated. It was kind of similar actually in SNK Heroines, which is also meant to be like simple because it doesn't have like special move inputs. I don't think it has crouching. It's got a lot of weird rules like that, but you have to use like you can't play it on stick basically because you have to like use 8 buttons and flick the right stick to use your inventory items and shit. Like, which just makes it, if you know fighting games, super alien and weird to control.
When I block a special super
So yeah, this game has
if I block a second, my life bar flashes
like even the life bar system is also like really simplified. So I think there's a lot of concepts here that have kind of sort of proven to not necessarily be very helpful. Like, I think Street Fighter 6 does an amazing job with the simple, like the modern controls as they call them. I think it's like the first example I've really seen of that idea that actually does what it's supposed to. Throw is this button. But it doesn't, like, I don't know, it keeps all the concepts of how the game is played kind of remain the same and everything. There's, oh yeah, it starts talking about Yomi. Yomi counter.
I damaged you, and I got full super meter too. I can only Yomi counter you if I'm not touching my controls at all. You can throw me as usual if I'm walking back and forth. Okay, now
so I think there's
let go of your controls and you'll Yomi counter me. Saw that coming.
There's a lot of stuff in this that's like that I don't necessarily think works super well or like oh, right, okay. But there are a lot of things in this game that are actually genuinely clever, and some of the things that I think have become kind of more standardized. Like, one of the things that I think this game kind of pioneered, it wasn't necessarily the first to do it in like in every sense,
try to avoid my special throw.
but one of those things is
Good. But if I do a normal throw right as you get up, you have to Yomi counter, and you can't jump. The startup of your jump is
like removing ambiguity in situations, or like communicating to the player the actual game state and what happens. Like it said jumpable, and like there's color flash to indicate invincibility and stuff like that. And a lot of those kinds of things have essentially become standard. Where's my throw button?
one more time.
Two damage feels pretty unsatisfying, but it's fair enough. That's my special. All right. Oh yeah, this is like a free-to-play thing, I think. Also, I forget. But yeah, there's like one thing I believe. There's like the hit sparks tell you if you're plus or minus, and there's stuff like that. Like if you attack and they block, I think the color, it's like a red cross if you are minus after the attack, and it's like blue and a different thing if you're plus. And I think the size of it indicates how little or a lot you're plus or minus. Shit like that I think is actually genuinely clever and smart and like a good thing. And I would say it's become basically standard in fighting games now to show you like if something is a punish or if something is a cross up, or like, I mean, BlazBlue did some of those things where like if you get hit by an overhead while crouching, it shows a little icon, things like that. So I think there are some aspects to the whole accessibility thing that were proven correct, I guess, or that I think are good ideas and that make a lot of sense. I guess we can start the timer, whatever that matters. But the idea of like breaking down the gameplay, like I think what has been kind of proven to some degree with games like Dive Kick, and I don't know if enough people have played this for it to be a good example, but basically there is an idea, or there has been an idea, that simplifying the controls or reducing the complexity of mechanics makes something more like evens the playing field by allowing beginner players to not have to struggle as much with the controls and everything. But really what ends up happening more often than not is that the skill gap like kind of even increases even further, because skilled players can take advantage of those. Like the things that are supposed to make a game easier for a beginner tends to make a game easier for an advanced player as well. So it doesn't really do anything to even the playing field. My personal philosophy on that kind of stuff is that the important thing about simplifying controls or adding any kind of training wheels or, you know, help is to make a game more easy to enjoy, as opposed to giving anybody an advantage to win. Like, as I think the most important thing is like feeling like you have control over your character, feeling like you have an idea of what you try to do and being able to do it and being able to do cool shit. If you feel like you're in control of doing cool shit, you're going to be able to have a good time. And then like as far as competing, like that's going to be you know, that kind of comes later, or is a different kind of concern. And I think in terms of doing things to appealing to a wider audience, or like getting more people on board, I think the idea of evening out a playing field to make it easier for low-level players to win is like such a non-issue relative to just like making it inviting, making it feel like a world you want to interact with, and having cool characters that can do cool shit. Yeah, it's a solution to a fictional problem. I think that's a good way of putting it. Like it's an imagined like version of like what is or isn't like making fighting games popular. Like Street Fighter 6 is like mega huge in Japan, and I think to some degree what they've done with the controls and everything has been helpful to lower the barrier for a lot of people to be able to enjoy the game. But I think it's a pretty small part of it, all things considered, because there's so much more about like the kind of community aspect and all these other things, and also like it just looks and sounds and plays nicely. I guess we're going to local play. All right, I guess we are not. I guess we probably have to log in to play online. I know that I have played this at some point or another. I guess it wouldn't shock me to learn that I have not purchased the core pack. Quite frankly, I put this on my Steam or in the spreadsheet because it was in my Steam library. We'll see how much we can actually play this. We should be able to like. All right. Okay. Well, okay. Looks like we can play. I was gonna say, we should be able to futz around in training mode or something like that, if nothing else. Ranked team battle. Huh. But I mean, that's kind of a forward-thinking way too, right? Like the fact that it's free to play and it's like it's not structured at all like you would expect of a fighting game, especially for whenever this came out, where you have this sort of, there's a free version you can play online, but if you want to play single player offline stuff, then you have to pay. So like it made attempts to lower the barrier to entry in a lot of different ways. So I do have a lot of respect for the ideas that this game had. I'm just not like super enamored with the execution of it. T-shirt button, all right. Can't even look at other costumes, huh? All right, you can like customize all this stuff because you can like buy cosmetics and stuff, which, you know, I would love for any fighting game to do this, honestly. Character info, yeah. I mean, you look at this stuff and it's like, this is extremely similar to like Marvel Rivals or something in its like setup. So I think it borrows a lot from, you know, League of Legends or that kind of a game. Pretty sure this predates like Overwatch and stuff too. All of that is a world that I'm super unfamiliar with myself, so I wouldn't know which aspects are extremely one-to-one with which game or whatever, but it seems like it. But yeah, I think, like, I guess the roster is just available. I don't think you have to buy characters. Maybe you have to in order to use training mode or something. I don't know. But yeah, like the characters are just not very appealing to me. Like there's just, it just has this real budget knockoff kind of vibe to it. I guess we can play this guy because I have at least seen his moves. I'm level. I mean, we'll see if anyone's playing this, I guess. You can hang out in their chat. Oh, I guess local play is maybe local versus. I don't know if solo. Okay, I can do a daily challenge. Boss Rush Arcade. Hey, this is kind of neat. What's up, Arbor and Macaw? Like seamlessly go into training mode while searching for online matches and stuff, which, you know, isn't like, wow, holy shit, but, you know, this was, I mean, you can't do that in like Street Fighter 4, that's for sure. Phoenix Archer, Argagarg. There's like no one, like, I really want to pick. There's like, I could imagine a version of these like concepts that would be someone I would want to pick.
You want to fight?
But as of, you know, try this real quick and then we can try the daily challenge, I guess. I mean, I'm still happy to pick this game and I hope you don't feel shortchanged if this is what we can get out of it. because it's interesting to look at, and we got to talk a bit about the game and David Serlin. So yeah, basically you get like a forward, like a neutral forward and backward plus attack, because there's no down input and no up input. Have neutral special, I guess forward special. And it goes like into a stance. Kind of interesting. Yeah, so that's like B in stance. Forward B is this. Okay, so he like goes into stance after all of his specials. Can't jump in the stance, okay. So holding. The other character had a different special. He held the button. Doesn't seem like this guy does. That's the throw button. This is the super button. We have like grounded super and air super, I think. That's okay. I wanted to throw. Toggle frame step. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so you like cancel. But yeah, you can see the sparks. Like, this had like a tiny little red X hit spark. Oh shit. Okay. That means it's like slightly negative on hit. And then the blue spark means it's positive. I'm probably gonna get smoked, but if it works, I mean, that's kind of cool. I guess I'm seeing... I'm like realizing, like, wait, does the spark always relate to my frame situation? Probably, I guess. Okay, he's got some kind of dodge stance thing. That's not a move I ever discovered. Cross up. Okay. I guess that didn't combo. Like 4 rounds, which is interesting. I guess rounds are generally pretty quick. How did I do the wind thing? Oh, maybe that was my jump super. Oh, that's right. I have like different normals. I forget. Okay, we got around. Man, this character sucks. I mean, not like from a strength perspective, just coolness. Oh, wait, my... Okay, I don't remember my guy's moves exactly. I know I had something that was hold special, but I don't know what it is. That's right, I have to like do nothing too. That's probably going to be unblockable. Oh, cool, it did 4. Okay. So I wonder what I could have done there. So, what was his... Well, I guess, wait, if I can find the start button here. Oh boy, let's use a mouse. Move list. So, why? Oh, okay, so it's the grounded and jumping. Okay. A 2 damage attack, then press A, B, or C for 3 different enders. C. I have a C button. I have a C button. Okay. I didn't realize that was a thing. Playing on Switch, huh? People are playing this game, apparently.
Round one. Fight. Landslide. Landslide.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was just like parry thing. Alright, this guy's got a strat. I think I have the counter to it. Well, good thing we went to training mode and learned that there's a C button. I didn't mean to do that, but we'll take those. He still takes damage. Well, that was actually like kind of bad, but huh, it's kind of cool. The animation's like different. Perfect. I pressed the wrong button. I mean, it wouldn't have helped, but oh, he's blocking that. Did he say checkmate Buster?
Round five. Fight.
Jumpable. I don't remember. I tried to jump, but that's a normal throw, I guess. That makes sense. Alright, so that's the mix-up. I was expecting a throw. Oh, okay. Minus. Okay, that's punishable. He baited the super. Okay, fair enough. I guess he was, I don't know, just studying my patterns in rounds 1 and 2. Yeah, it didn't say jumpable there because it... Oh, okay, he's got armor there. Because that was like it was a punish. Interestingly, that the game doesn't actually show you, like, of all the things that it communicates clearly, it does not actually show you if something is a punish. Everyone's fucking one and doneing in Fantasy Strike, huh? But yeah, like the timing of everything is very strange. Like, it feels kind of alien. Like, it is like easy to control and easy to play. I don't think it's like a total failure in its, like, what it's trying to do from a... I think it executes well enough on what it's trying to do as far as like the controls and how it plays. I don't know that it's like... I don't know if I agree with the thesis of what that accomplishes, if that makes sense. Because it kind of does... I don't know, like it controlling the character just doesn't feel very satisfying. Like, it feels kind of feels kind of weird, I guess. And I think that's another thing about the whole, like, easy controls, whatever kind of debate, if you want to call it that, of like... there is something inherently rewarding about not necessarily something being difficult, but like if something is too simple, it doesn't feel like there's a tactile part of like executing fighting game moves. And like by stripping too much away, you just don't really get that tactile experience. And like whether something is easy or difficult, oh wow, okay, we're back to normal. So forward normal is the low. I mean, high and low doesn't matter, of course, because there's no high and low block, but It's got like 0 lightning loops. I mean, it probably doesn't, but it's like that move. Like, some things have to kind of be allowed to be difficult to a degree in order to feel like satisfying to do. If everything is a button, like it doesn't feel as good to do it. Like there's something, it just feels good to do inputs, you know? And doing combos, like regardless of how cool something looks on screen, it's like definitely cooler. Like it feels cooler if you have to do something than if it's just, you know, you tap a button and it's like a auto combo type thing. Well, we might get one more match, we might not, but why don't we go back to the main menu and try the daily challenge. There isn't really anyone I want to play, but I kind of want to like at least see some other character. Yeah, I hate this guy's face. Blackstone Chief Magistrate. I don't know, he's some kind of wizard or some shit, I guess. Man, she looks like... This seems like she could be the character archetype that I think would be cool, but the design is just so not cool. But we'll try her, I guess. Straight out of Fortnite? I think that's an insult to Fortnite. Fortnite has some cool character designs. And good art. Oh, shit. Okay, that's how that works. Wait, can I do throw by A plus B? No, I must have hit the throw button. Oh, shit. I got Yomi countered. Okay, so they have like 3 life bars. I see. I get a little bit of health back. Oh, okay.
Shadow boss.
Shadow boss. Yeah, like that's his win special that I couldn't figure out how to do, which I reckon is like probably kind of important. Oh my god, of course. Could have mashed super probably.
You lose.
Oh well, that's our daily challenge. Better than 55% of players. All right. Man, I have this weird thing with this controller too, where the down input does like double inputs sometimes. Not a good thing. I guess he's like a puppet character. I can't just get a random opponent, can I?
It's my time to fight.
Round 1.
But yeah, like the character designs more so than like the models, but I just got the dictator throw. I remember it being like a thing where people were like making fun of, yeah, he's got like the genocide cutter. Like a lot of characters, like I recall that the character we just played, she's got like some animations or something that's taken directly from Ibuki. Yeah, so he's got like Slayer moves. Like again, that's just the thing, like a lot of things just feel pretty, yeah, uninspired.
It's my turn.
Oh, that was a parry super apparently. That works out.
Round 3. Fight.
But even the concept of like anti-airing and like it's different enough that like certain concepts just don't really translate over in a way that feels strangely unintuitive. Okay, I guess I hit the normal button during the little dash to get the thing to come out. All right. Well, that's Fantasy Strike. Actually, oh, now that we're online, I guess we can actually go and see what's available here. Oh my god, I'm trying to navigate. Okay. Guess I have no concept of the value of this. All right, so 1,000 gems is 10 euros, so like 5 euros. That's like, man, that seems pretty. I mean, keep in mind, costumes in like Street Fighter V were like $3 or something, and they were like $2 in Street Fighter 4, and they're like 6 in Street Fighter 6. For something like this, like, I don't know, it seems like they're pretty, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're doing good business, but seems like optimistic pricing. But I think the $4.99. 1 year of Fantasy Plus, whatever that means. I mean, it's like, you know, it's mobile game pricing, right? It's not like, I don't think it's inherently bad. Like, I think it's, I look at this and go, holy shit, why would I want this? But, you know, it's for someone, probably. I will by no means feel like I'm missing out by not having this stuff if I was interested. Like, the fact that there are different kind of price points and entry levels is something that I think kind of more games, I would have expected more games to have done this, honestly. Like, you have Killer Instinct, you have DOA 5 and 6. As far as like anything from established publishers, there's probably plenty of other examples on weird like Chinese mobile things or whatever. I mean, I think 2XKO is probably going to be a lot like this. There's probably going to be a 90 euro version of that that you can buy, you know. It's probably going to be fucking $25 costumes in that game. Although I think that game also has a weird approach to like, that game seems like an incredibly complex game for sickos, which seems like a strange choice. Like, I know that the core design team of that game are mostly sickos, so that probably explains that to a fair degree. But you would have thought that a game from Riot and from like the whole idea of let's make a League of Legends fighting game. I mean, granted, League of Legends players are probably mostly sickos too, but they're a different kind of sicko. And you would have thought that if the idea was to leverage a big IP, or like, you know, an IP of a game that has a huge dedicated player base, would be to make something that's approachable by people who aren't fighting game sickos, or a very particular kind of fighting game sicko. I don't know. It's gonna be free to play, so I'll check it out when it releases, but I don't expect to like it at all. Because it's like tag fighter with insane bullying setups. And it's also going to launch with like 8 characters or whatever. I think the art in that game looks great, but there's not really any characters that seem appealing to me. But mostly it's the style of the game that doesn't seem to be my thing at all. Talking about, you know, how games feel and what you like and don't. But anyway, trying to find a way to exit. I guess I'll just Alt F4. That worked. Anyway, that's Fantasy Strike. Hope you enjoyed that. I thought that was interesting. I think it's many things about that game that aren't entirely unsuccessful, but it's, for me, just so unappealing. Like, if the characters and world and overall vibe doesn't have anything to grab me, it's going to be really difficult to want to stick with the game even, you know, more than 30 minutes. Can get some jams going here. And I guess we'll do we'll do another raffle. But that might be the last one. Like I said, I've got some stuff going on in addition to trying to catch Evo Japan this weekend, so I don't want to run too late. But I'll set that up, and then I will update the spreadsheet here, and we can get going. All right, so do that. And, oops, wrong button. The raffle is now live. Type raffle in chat, and you can help pick the next game. That, and that is the spreadsheet updated. So yeah, raffle in chat, or any variation thereof, as long as those letters appear in that order, you can pick the next game. Thank you, Lemisar. I'm ahead of you. I have been desperately needing to hydrate for a bit. In fact, I'm gonna step away for a moment to refill my beverage. I'll be back to play the next game, whatever it turns out to be. Turn on. Come in. Boom! Seminasuke, you are the winner. Let us know what we are playing next. Man, I love this song. That's underwater theme from Juju Densetsu. Fatal Fury First Contact. I have played this game, but it was about 1,000,000 years ago. I do not really remember much of anything about it. But the Neo Geo Pocket fighting games are generally a good time. So this should be fun. I'm going to replace leverless controller with an arcade stick. Get going. In fact, this is on the Neo Geo Pocket collection that I got some time ago and have definitely not booted up. I don't even know what it's gonna look like. I reckon it's probably gonna be in some 16:9 window or some such, so we can probably just stay on this layout. I'm almost certain that I do not have box art for this on hand, so let me try to grab that real quick. Give me a moment. I wish I had a Neo Geo Pocket. I borrowed one from a friend in like the mid 2000s. They were very easy. Like they had these budget like bundles. They came in like this plastic clamshell kind of thing. And it was, I don't know if they came in different colors, but I think the one the one my friend had was a blue, might have been one of those camo pattern ones. And it came with like 6 loose cartridges, I think, for various games. So I remember played a bit of that, like Neo Turf Masters and whatever else. But I played a lot of this stuff on emulator. It was a cool system, and yeah, those you could get those bundles pretty affordably, but I'm sure it would cost a lot more now, and if I did, I realistically would probably not really use it anyway. But it's a cool system for sure. Where did I put it here? Right, put it. Double check actually. Do I have the? I do. Okay, well that's fine. Can get rid of these jams for now, and we'll boot up. What is it called? Neo Geo Pocket something collection. Neo Geo Pocket Color Selection Volume 1 Steam Edition. Not at all a mouthful of any kind. Down before loaded with audio. Capture. Let's just get this all set up. In a relatively tiny window, so let's see if I can. Okay, that's pretty loud. Got down to like 3%. Good. So what's even in here actually? Big Tournament Golf. That's Neo Turf Masters. Crush Roller. This I'm actually not familiar with at all. Beastbuster, Dark Arms. This game seems really sick. Fatal Fury, Gals Fighters, King of Fighters R2, Last Blade. That's like first mission. I remember playing this a decent amount. Like second mission and Samurai Showdown 2. Good stuff on here. I mean, there's mostly good stuff on the Neo Geo Pocket. I don't know how many straight up bad games there are. That's pretty cool. You can wait, color, new color. What's the difference between that? Huh. Oh, you can play the black and white versions. Cool. Box. This is pretty cool. So do I have to, or can I rather, if I switch to Japanese? Yeah, okay, so we get the, and we get the Japanese box. Okay. Like feels somewhat clunky, but it's cool. Oh, I can open the box. Going fucking full Resident Evil here. This is actually sick. This is really cool. I can open this too? Hell yeah. Color tile compatible with color. Fucking wait for the animation to back out. That's a bit stupid, but we have the full manual. This is a cool collection. And like I said, this is my first time booting it up. It is in a pretty small window. I don't know if I can, like... Like, to give some perspective, the Neo Geo Pocket that's on my screen is, like, smaller than an actual Neo Geo Pocket. Okay, here we go. Display. Skins. Not what I want. What, can I, like... Okay, if I could hit the maximize button... Okay. Now it's just, like, maximized, but it's not, like, full screen or anything. Can I... Is there a full screen mode? Can I alt-enter this? I can, okay. I can just alt-enter. Yeah, it feels a little weird. I think this is the one I played on. The light indigo or whatever. So, okay, unfortunately, okay. Is it bigger? I don't think it's bigger. Yeah, this is the blue camo one. I don't have a right analog stick on my arcade stick to zoom. So... this might be as large as we're gonna get it. I mean, whatever screen you are watching my stream on, unless you're in a very small window, the game action is probably going to be larger than it would have been on a physical device anyway, so I guess it'll do. But it's a little strange. The boxes, I guess that's start. This is probably select hamburger. Probably. This is a very strange options menu. Alright. I think I can probably turn up the sound a little bit. Okay, we got some funky non-integer scaling here. The fact that there's not, like, just a simple option to play this in anything. I mean, not only, like, oh, this is bizarre. Like, there's a device with the screen on it, but then there's, like, a full black border. Like, if even within this conceit of, like, having the Neo Geo Pocket visible on screen with the screen in the middle, why does there have to be a black void around it? Maybe it's because it's scaled to, like, 720 resolution on a Switch or some shit. So, like, the proportions end up being, like, the actual game screen is integer scaled. But I'm in 1440. Well, if it was 720, it would still be integer scale, I guess. It's probably designed for 1080. Because you can see when the images were scrolling that it's, like, not integer scaled. It's, like, uneven. And the one filter in the game doesn't seem like it would help much with that. It's a little strange. I mean, I can zoom, but it's just, like, there's no preset option to maximize it or something. I have to, I guess, like, gradually analog zoom it with a right analog stick, but I don't have one of those. Can I, like, keyboard control this? Try this. Oh, okay. Plus, minus, or mouse wheel to zoom. There we go. Okay, I can use the mouse wheel. Fucked up. Wait until we have something on screen. Oh. Okay, so I have to go up to display. Now I can use the mouse wheel. I guess I can't really see. But we'll do this, I guess. And the larger, like, the more zoomed in it is, that's as much as it's gonna go. We'll do, I don't know. The less the, like, non-integer scaling would, like, the less artifacty it's gonna get. Start button. All right, now it feels really huge. Now I have to, like, lean back. All right, that's better. Okay, so I guess the A button is the firm on the system. We'll start the timer. Oh yeah, I wanted to change the audio levels. Now I like it's because it's full screen. It's like can't go up. Good old Fatal Fury bonus game menu music. So this is clearly taking a bunch of stuff from Real Bout 2 with the opening and even some of the presentation. But I don't really know like how it plays. Yeah, yeah, this is Real Bout 2. Lord Krauser. Some of these portraits look a little grungy with the like color reduction, but a lot of them look really good. Obviously the art itself is like really well drawn. That's how it sort of survives the pixel and color palette translation. Like Mai looks a little bit iffy for sure. Pretty good roster. You can go with Kim, he treated us well in KOF. I think Krauser is sick, but I have no fucking clue on how to play him. I don't know his moves at all, which I guess maybe it's too much of an issue on Neo Geo Pocket. I don't know. Well, let's go with Kim. Get in the ring. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Like, it's a good translation of the Real Bout 2 interface. Alright, punch, kick. Except Kim doesn't have punches, of course. Eddie Chuggy. Alright. Okay, down kick. Now I got super. Okay. Is that a charge or? It is, okay. Does he have to slide kick in this? I don't think so. That's not a throw. I don't know how to throw in this, but... I reckon you do have... a break shot, sick. Light and heavy specials by tapping or holding. What? I don't know how that move came out, but take those. Wait. I swear I kept doing a Hangetsuzan with the punch button. Did my hop kick hit multiple times? Okay, I don't know how to do the super. I have my guesses if it's like the input you would expect it to be, or the motion at least. I'm not sure about buttons. But there would often be a version that's like B plus C or whatever, so I figured I maybe do the motion with both buttons. But that didn't work, and the kick button also didn't work. If anyone happens to know the super move... I haven't played Real Bout 2 all that much, so I don't really know the motions or like button inputs or the super systems or a lot of that stuff very well. Music feels like sluggish. I like the way it sounds. It's like a nice translation of the original. So, are there like chains? I guess there are. Air blocking, apparently. So I wonder if like it's possible that they changed the okay, so now I have E-power at least. There we go. Nice. Oh, yuck. Okay. So quarter circle back, down, back, forward, both buttons is the potential power. Okay, so air super, Chris. Okay, I see. I wasn't sure if there would be like different strength versions. I just remember that the Holkyak looks sick in the Real Bout games, but I couldn't remember exactly how it works. So when you have H, you can do like guard cancels and whatever else, right? I don't know what whatever else means, but many years since I played a Neo Geo Pocket fighting game. But I'm a little surprised at how, like, sluggish this feels. Like, it's responsive in terms of the controls. But it moves very slowly, and, like, the states that the characters are in are a little confusing. So what is the input? Is it? I just know, like, I played him a lot in KOF, but I don't know him as well in anything else. We're doing okay. Oh, that's right, you can crouch walk in Fatal Fury. Alright, I was gonna say, if I bring up the H level on the meter, I can at least do another break shot. Got the Street Fighter 02 strats. Accurate player 2 color. Well, not in game, but alright, I almost did some kind of combo. Oh! Yeah, see, the fact that my, like, hop kick can hit multiple times like that, it's kind of weird. Or my hop punch, rather. Okay, I was trying to figure out the super input. Not having much success with it. Unless it's the same. Oh, that worked very well. That was sarcasm. Oh my god, my anti-air. Okay, I didn't realize I was in block stun, but the hit that I blocked gave me enough meter to do the break shot. Cross up. Oh, I should have. Okay. Whatever. Whoa. Ah, I almost got the perfect. Yeah, break shot. Yeah, I'm generally like a big fan of PSG sound. Like, I kind of grew up, I didn't have one myself, but I had several friends who had Master Systems, and I always kind of enjoyed the sound of it. And I don't know, there's just something, it's very limited, of course. But like, when it's done well, I find it very appealing. And in this case, it's cool because it's like PSG renditions of songs that I know and like. So when it's like well translated, it has like a particular satisfying feel that I really enjoy. Speaking of Master System, I recently watched Black Umbrella, I think it was playing the Master System version of Road Rash, which is like an absolutely insane port. I'm not sure what happened there. But can I actually do the fucking super? Alright. The Master System version of Road Rash is like unbelievably impressive in how close it gets to the Mega Drive version. But weirdly, one of the things that I found almost most noteworthy, or at least that kind of really surprised me. I guess like I knew that it was technically impressive. Like it runs really smooth and it, you know, it just looks and feels like you think it should, despite, you know, even the Mega Drive version being technically impressive to begin with. Okay, that was not a good break shot. But the music is like weirdly accurate to the Mega Drive game, and the Mega Drive Road Rash soundtrack is like you know, maybe not the most Mega Drive soundtrack of all time or anything, but it has a very... The button input reading is... If you think of what Road Rash sounds like, you wouldn't immediately think of it as something that like would translate well to PSG. In fact, I don't know that that's something I ever think of any game soundtrack. But anything that has like, you know, a particular feeling that you associate with the sound hardware that is producing the sound, it's generally like difficult to imagine it, you know, being produced on any other sound hardware. Oh my god, it anti-aired and it just didn't come out? That's fucked up. The chip on this shit. Like you almost don't expect to recognize the music in the first place, but if you do, it's like, all right, yeah, you expect it to be a, you know, greatly reduced, simplified analog of what the original song is supposed to be, which is, you know, kind of what we're getting here. And it's, you know, it's enjoyable because they're a nice composition and it's a decent enough approximation. But the Master System Road Rash soundtrack I found to be a remarkably faithful adaptation because it like sounds good. And it's not a matter of like, I think it, with the music here in this game, it sounds okay, but a lot of what makes it like sort of enjoyable and sound good is like my brain filling in the blanks of knowing what this is supposed to sound like, what it sounds like on the Neo Geo. And I think that the Master System Road Rash music is kind of like, obviously you can do that if you know the music, you know, you hear it and you go like, oh yeah, it's this song, it should sound like this, etc. But it's not like good because of that. Like it stands on its own really well, and I think that's particularly impressive for something that has such a, like, my favorite part of the Road Rash soundtrack is the tracks that have that like massive FM twang, which obviously you know, you can't really get that on with PSG, but they've kind of managed somehow. Okay. Trying to figure out if I can figure the motion. In KOF, his air super is like quarter circle forward, half circle back, punch or something, I think. But I'm trying all kinds of combinations of quarter and half circles in both or either button, and it's not coming out. But maybe it's a different super here, I don't know. Well, this is a quite busy background. A nice cute elephant though, I like it. Another one over here. Oh shit, you can turn around in the air. Interesting. Yeah, it's both buttons, I guess. It's like the lane change attack or something. Except this game doesn't have lane changes, I don't think. Oh, there we go. 2 quarter circles forward and kick. Finally. Man, this makes me want to play Real About 2. And it makes me sad all over again that there isn't more of Railbout 2's vibe, Railbout in general, or Old Fatal Fury in general, in City of the Wolves. It's still a cool game, I like it. As we talked about previously, the fact that it leans so heavily on Mark of the Wolves, especially in terms of the roster, means that if they keep adding characters, the roster can only improve, and we can only get more old characters. It's not like unblockable or anything, but think of it, I wonder if we'll get new stages with the new characters in that game too. I'm pretty sure that there are some characters in the game currently that don't have a stage. I'm not sure if every single character has a stage. Most of them do, but I'm not... Like, I think Dong Han doesn't have a stage. I think Ronaldo doesn't have a stage. Because Ganachi has a stage. And it's a little ambiguous, like, the way they sort of showed some of the stages. Some characters, like Marco, when he was revealed, he was like on his stage in his trailer, because it was like the first time we saw that stage also. Super is like not super easy to do. For some reason it's extra tricky right now. And especially for like, even if every single character had a stage, I still wouldn't take for granted that every DLC character would anyway. But it's kind of weird because there's like there's two versions of Geese Tower, right? And I guess arguably those are like the bosses stages or whatever. There's Dream Amusement Park, which I'm not sure if that's anyone's stage to begin with. But then there's the like daytime version of Dream Amusement Park that has the multi-lane system. It also like doesn't belong to any character. Oh, there we go. I got the super. And I forget if there's other stages that are a little ambiguous in that sense of who they belong to. Matching too much. But I feel like every character in the first season would be someone whose stage I'd be happy to see. Like Chun-Li and Ken are kind of weird because obviously they don't have stages in Street Fighter VI. But it would be cool to see, you know, if we got a Ken or a Chun-Li stage that's sort of just meant to represent the character in general. Especially, I guess, if there's also... Oh, I guess that chipped? Nice. Like, we know that they're going to be based on the Street Fighter VI versions of those characters. But if they have stages and they're kind of a generic version of a stage based on that character, or just a specific version from a game back when they had their own stages, I guess in my brain, that means the likelihood of them having old... Like, if they have an old stage, that feels like it's going to be more likely that they have old costumes too, which I really want. But also, like, all the stages are in Southtown, right? So, are we going to have stages that are set in other... Like, are we going to go to China for Chun-Li's stage? I mean, not obviously saying that that's, like, some kind of limitation or something you... Like, you know, it's whatever, obviously. But... curious how they would sort of choose to approach it. Nice. Break shot saves the day. Kind of the same thing with Joe and Andy. It would be cool to get a stage for Andy that's kind of like the Real Bout Special stage, like the nighttime stage with the... I just remember it has the big tree that's like the ring out sort of thing. It's not ring outs exactly, but there's like a wall. Like if you break the wall, you get stunned in that game. For Joe, I just like instinctively just go to the Fatal Fury 2 stage. But I want to say he had... In 3, he had a similar one with the... like the river... kind of east... or Southeast Asian jungle vibe. That'd be a nice, you know, little bit of variety. Oh, and his art looks awesome. Got the 1cc, and hey, little ending with the ending theme. I love this theme so much. The arranged soundtrack CD version is so sick too. Shoutouts to Maki and Kitapi. Shoutouts to K Abomination. Oh, we didn't get to Battle 9. Kobo. So I'm guessing 9 is maybe Nightmare Geese. Maybe you have to no miss all the way to get there. Unless Alfred is in this. Yeah, he's... Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Because he's like the... I'm trying to remember... The Fatal Fury games, like, there's a lot of different games that have a lot of different hidden bosses and optional characters and whatnot. Obviously Geese is in Railbout 2, and I want to say that, I don't know if it's depending on character or random or whatever, but like, you either face Krauser or Geese as the final boss. But you can get to, yeah, Alfred is like the hidden... He's not exactly a boss character, but he's like a hidden character in the arcade game as well. Well, the ending wasn't terribly elaborate, but there was at least one image that was cool. I mean, the thing is, like, I think, obviously, this isn't like super... polished. Oh yeah, audio. Sorry. Compared to arcade or even console fighting games, it's, you know, kind of simple. It feels a little questionable, but having played this on real hardware, like, it felt good. And I mean, especially around 2000, 99, 2000, you weren't really doing any better than this portably, you know? There weren't fighting games on Game Boy that, I mean, you might play Mortal Kombat 4 on Game Boy Color. That's a piece of trash. And I mean, not to say that there aren't better fighting games than that on Game Boy, but I don't know if there was anything decent on the Wonder Swan. But, you know, there was a significant novelty to anything approaching a decent feeling fighting game on a portable, and it's definitely good enough to just feel pretty good. And I think it's like the fact that it's not, you know, it's not the, like, if I play King of Fighters 14 on PS4 earlier today, like, I can get some combos going, and it's like, man, this is sick, but I would have to go into training mode to learn real combos. I don't really feel that as much here. It feels a lot more like, you know, an older fighting game where, yeah, technically there are combos, but you're not really going to rely on them anyway, because execution is weird and it's strict, and maybe there's frame skip that makes some stuff just not work sometimes, and whatever else, right? It kind of translates that feel to me, and that's not to say that I have reached the skill ceiling in this game or anything, but I think for a portable game that you're going to be messing with and probably not really be playing too much in versus mode, or if you do, certainly not very seriously, it's a lot more okay for it to feel a little sloppy and for it to be a little awkward and simple, because you're still getting that satisfaction of landing cool looking moves. The animation is really nice for what it is. The, you know, the characters look great, and again, even the music is like pretty charming. So yeah, very enjoyable, very enjoyable. Laos playable in 2-player. That's interesting. But that's another cool thing about these games. Like, they often had a lot of secrets and stuff. Like, compared to the Neo Geo AES home versions of games, which, you know, in some cases, especially in the later days, like Mark of the Wolves has a pretty cool survival mode, and I think it has a training mode and stuff too. But by and large, like, you wouldn't necessarily expect a home version of any Neo Geo game, whether it's on the AES or like another console port, to have a lot of extra modes and content and stuff. But some of these games actually did have an interesting kind of amount of that stuff. I was curious just to boot something up real quick. Alright, zooming back out. Well, actually, we're zooming out a little bit, but not... Okay. That was weird. Yeah, so survival collection. Oh, you can like trade cards with other players. That's actually pretty sweet. Just right off the bat, this is an insane roster. So we got Asura and Shiki right here. So this guy was from the Hyper Neo Geo games too, I think. Yeah, this is based on... Yeah. Like the first characters we see are these fucking weirdos. Almuru and Genjuro, Hanzo, Rimuru, Naku, and then Kuroko is just there. Kind of a weird character select screen in general, where you have to like scroll through here. I guess this is not going to be a good comparison, because it's Sam Show. But I was curious to boot this up just to see how any of the other games felt compared to Fatal Fury. Pretty elaborate. But I want to say Fatal Fury is probably... kind of early and simple compared to some of the other games, if I had to guess. Like, I remember SNK versus Capcom feeling like smoother than what we just played, but it's not like I've played that a lot recently either. I guess King of Fighters is a better comparison. This is also 1999. Oh, I guess so was this. 2000. Whatever library of games for this system, I guess, were mostly released in a pretty brief window of time. But yeah, I'm just really curious to see if the general like game feel is any different. Because like even the frame rate I felt was a little... I mean, obviously it's gonna also be kind of less sensitive on a small screen and everything, but for some reason I was expecting this to be based on 99, but I guess this came out before KOF 99, so that makes sense. And it feels so weird to think that this is like contemporary with KOF 98, because 98 just feels so old in a way. Obviously not that 99 is newer by any large stretch, but like KOF 97, 98, that's like, I played those games on Neo Rage X, the emulator, and this to me feels like something I mainly got to experience in the like the mid 2000s. So it just feels very strange to me. And I mean, I guess I also feel, I think of it like, yeah, Neo Geo Pocket, that was the SVC, SNK versus Capcom machine and whatever, and that would have been in 2000. But it's not like, you know, the fall of the fall of 1998 and 2000 was like some massive gap of time, right? But it's weird. Something just doesn't connect correct in my brain here that this would be like contemporary with KOF 98. Yeah, I've got like the KOF sound effects. Makings. Oh yeah. All right. So this actually does connect to the Dreamcast. I guess that would have been the Dream Match 1999, the Dreamcast version of KOF 98. Professional mode. I mean, this is kind of weird already. We've got some interesting teams here. Go Saishu Shingo. This is a sick team. Man, Saishu, I would love to see him back. He was such a cool character. Super Babe team. Atana Yuri Kasumi. Isn't it something like this in 15? There's like the superhero win team or whatever it is? Because there's no Psycho Soldier team. Can't remember. New Southtown team, Yo Mai Terry, and that would be a sick team. Which team? Edit member, Leona, you're... Yeah, I mean, obviously they got to kind of puzzle things out here with who's on the roster. Yeah, my alternate Yuri, that sounds right. Yeah, I just meant to say that it's like conceptually there's something like that, not that it's this team. We're not gonna play enough to like see all these characters anyway, but Spain, Inside of Palace, 1 p.m. I fucking love stage intros in fighting games. I guess I don't know, like, it's hard to know how stuff translates exactly with regards to how the combo system translates with, like, you know, command normals and buttons of different strengths and whatnot. Oh. I think the music's probably better here than in Fatal Fury. I'm trying to remember. I could swear... I don't know. Maybe that's an option. Oh, man. Chop. I missed this move. To my recollection, in SNK vs. Capcom, it had, like, single direction special moves. So I was a little surprised. Like, I was kind of expecting these games to play like that, too. Like, you just tap a diagonal and a button to do a special or something. But that could easily be an option in this. I mean, I didn't really look too closely, and there were a bunch of options. I'm assuming the EX and advanced mode just is the super meter thing, like in the original game. Let's boogie, classic my quote. I'm trying desperately to do the Howl Sokoken, and it's not coming out. About the Ryuko Rambo. That was a lot easier. Oh yeah, it's the 98 version where it does the full thing. It doesn't really do that much chip in this though. In 98 it does obscene amounts of chip. Or like the max version of Ralph's Vulcan. Oh! Ichigeki Hisatsu. Okay, that did fuck all damage and it didn't stun either. Oh well, now she's stunned. Yeah, the execution's a little peculiar. But still, you know, 1999 portable fighting game. Not bad. Your spirit is strong. Well done. I mean, I guess technically maybe he's not a native English speaker. All right. Well, before we just do a full extra bonus game, which wasn't really planned or intended, we'll leave it there. These games are pretty cool though. Horrifying noises. But it's getting close to midnight, and I want to get up nice and early because Evo Japan broadcast starts in probably about 2 hours from now. And I'm not going to get up in time for that, but I will try to miss as little as I can, if I can keep watching. And not have to simultaneously watch a bunch of streams and catch up on stuff that I missed. So it'll be a weekend full of fighting games. I played a bunch of them tonight, but I'll be watching more for the rest of the weekend. But this was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was a nice casual fighting game stream. We got a very interesting mix of games to look at tonight. And I don't know about you guys, but I had a wonderful time. As previously mentioned, I forget if I mentioned it today. I probably did. But because of not just Evo Japan, but some other stuff, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'll be taking Saturday off and expect to be back on Monday. We finished out the Quantum of Solace games, so GoldenEye for the Wii is the next Bond game, but we will not be playing that for a little bit. I do kind of want to rewatch the film before we play the game, so we would orchestrate some kind of movie night for that, I would imagine. But regardless, I probably want to kind of just take a short break and get some other gaming done. There's been a lot of Bond recently. I enjoy that, of course, but I enjoy a lot of other things too. I don't know that I'm going to want to like start a full playthrough of something. I honestly have no idea. I'll hopefully think of something by Monday. But it'll probably be whatever kind of spur of the moment thing I feel like doing then. I suppose it's possible that Evo Japan will have me inspired to play more fighting games, and maybe we'll mess with Fatal Fury. Maybe we'll learn more about Virtua Fighter 6, and I'll be excited to play Revo, which I have bought but not really touched yet. Which I suppose is barely, you know, I've barely touched Fatal Fury either, for that matter. But I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But I expect to be back on Monday with some form of video gaming. But this will be it for me tonight. Let me find out who is live that we might raid. I don't really do close to midnight raids on Fridays very often, so maybe we can find someone we don't usually raid. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Well, it looks like Roy the Extremer is extreming. Got a pretty irregular schedule, but why not take the opportunity when we can to send a raid over there? That seems like a good idea to me. So I'm sure we will get to experience all kinds of mysterious Dojin games for PC. But yeah, I'm gonna stop here before I start racing off into absolute nothingness. I mean, I was already incapable of speaking properly when the stream started 4 hours ago, and it's not gonna go any better from here, I don't think. But I'll rest up or try to regain some semblance of coherence by Monday stream, and we'll play some kind of video games then, I guess. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. And I'll see you guys some other time. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.